The March 10th, 2020 regular meeting of the Hawthorne City Council is called to order with all members present. I'm going to ask, would anybody up here on the council like to lead us in prayer? Lucy Ravitch, can you please lead us in prayer, ma'am? And we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by City Clerk Paul Jimenez, please.
Me first? Okay. Our dear kind Heavenly Father, we're thankful for this day and that we're able to be here and healthy today. Please bless us and those of our city and nation that we might be able to continue to strive and be worthy of thy spirit to always be with us and to guide us in our decisions and help us to go throughout our days. We're grateful for thy help, and we love thee, and we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
We have a long agenda today, so we're going to ask all the presenters, all of them, to please limit the maximum time for the presentations to 10 minutes. Councilmember Valentine has a presentation on the agenda, Hawthorne Business Expo.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm waiting for
Your mic, can't hear you.
First of all, I want to thank all the many people who attended the Hawthorne Business Expo, our 5th year and our most successful. Our theme was building connections and strategies for success. We estimate that more than 300 people attended the expo, with a total of 71 businesses and agencies exhibiting their products and services. After we see the video, I want to acknowledge the many participants whose hard work contributed to the success of this event.
The Hawthorne Business Expo 2020 was held at the Hawthorne Memorial Center. Jennifer Murillo was there to bring us the Hawthorne Business Expo 2020 was held at the Hawthorne Memorial Center. Jennifer Murillo was there to bring us the details.
Over 70 businesses have gathered here to help promote their businesses and network with one another.
The 5th annual Hawthorne Business Expo brought a wide range of businesses together, as well as hosting a panel discussion and 3 different workshops.
The breakout sessions are led by experts in their field, and they're talking about how to finance your business, how to train your employees, how to build a successful website, how to market yourself on social media.
It's important to bring them to get together, to know each other, to network, so they can learn from each other's experience.
About 40 of the exhibitors at this free 4-hour event were local businesses.
I'm very proud to be a part of the Hawthorne Business Expo now for the 4th year as a sponsor and as an exhibitor, and we're looking forward to more businesses being in support and utilizing their city to the best of their potential.
We've been able to meet a lot of new businesses here and find out, because I am a new person here in Hawthorne, find out other businesses that I can relate to.
This is economic development. This is how you make your city successful, with a large array of good, solid businesses that are thriving.
3 Hawthorne businesses were also recognized and awarded as 2020 Businesses of the Year: Prolific Hair Designers, Earth Cafe, and Eureka.
You need to have events like this to let everyone know that Hawthorne has a very good business-friendly community and environment, and that people are thriving in Hawthorne, having a great time in Hawthorne, and we got some good businesses here.
Councilmember Olivia Valentine says they will continue to host the expo as they like to help city businesses and see them prosper. For HCTV, I'm Jennifer Murillo.
To learn more about other city-sponsored events, visit the city website at www.cityofhawthorne.org.
Thank you. So now it's time for me to acknowledge some really important people. These are the people who made this event successful. So first, the volunteers. As I call your name, please stand and be recognized. Please hold your applause, everyone, until all the names are read. Linda Brown, Dominique Ochoa, Gerardo Iriarte, Brenda Williams, Herman Franco, Marcel Bell, Kaylee Arias, David Vallagomez, Diane Brown, Charlene Bright, Darvis Johnson, Amber Jones, Yasmin Delgado, James Lopez, Emily Paez, Jelani Patillo, Alberto Rue, Dion Walker, and Beatrice Gonzalez de Peralta. Thank you. You may be seated. The next are these are the people who participated in the program. These were the people who participated in the program in some manner, as a presenter, as panelists, and in the case of Shalom Berkman, as Master of Ceremonies. Please hold your applause until all the names are read. Frank Fing, Barbara Levine, Shalom Berkman, Chris Doherty, Dawn Harris Benton, Gary Primo, thank you. You may be seated. I wish I had time to tell you all the things these people did, but we have 10 minutes. I'm on a strict timeline here. These are the breakout session leaders. These people conducted workshops to help our small businesses grow and thrive in a variety of areas, depending on their expertise. Please hold your applause until all the names are read. Deborah Darris, Jerome Michelzak, Joel Versh, Omari Valentine, Chris Cagle, Damon Skinner, and last but not least, these are the members of the Hawthorne Business Expo Committee, the heart and soul of the event, who worked hard all year creating and implementing this event to make it meaningful to our businesses. Please hold your applause until all the names are read. Dan Blasky. Okay, hold your applause. I said hold your applause. That's right. Dan Blasky. Michael Rito. Kaiwana Bowie. Vaughn Norris. Michelle LaGrande. Joseph Simoni. Damon Skinner. Starlene Van Buren. Thank you all. We have certificates of appreciation. Oh, I'm sorry, Lisa Aguilar. Sorry. We have certificates of appreciation for some of them, some of the people. Some of them received their certificates at the Business Expo. If you hear your name, please come forward to receive your certificate. When all the names are called, I will ask all of the people whose names were called tonight, volunteers and all, to join the council up front for a photograph. So first of all, we're going to call the names of we'll start with the breakout session leaders. Deborah Darris, Jerome Michelzak, Joel Versh, Omari Valentine, Chris Cagle, and Damon Skinner. If they're not here, their certificates will be held for them.
We got one.
One, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, well, yes. Why don't you come up and get your certificate and then stay up front. And next, the committee members, Dan Blasky, Kawana Bowie, Michelle Legrande, Vaughn Norris, Michael Rito, Joseph Simoni, Damon Skinner, and Starlene Van Buren. Oh, I'm sorry, and Lisa Aguilar. For some reason, her name didn't get on the list. Sorry, Lisa, but you do have your certificate. Please come up front, and also the volunteers whose names I called earlier, and those of you who were in the program and participated at the Business Expo, please also come up for the photo op. Thank you. I'll ask my fellow council members to join us.
Oh, you guys are good. Just make sure you guys can see the camera. All right. Here we go. You want to come on this side? On this side, yeah, go on this side over here. All right, here we go, and then 3, 2, 1. And one more. And 3, 2, 1. All right.
Sus link is already here.
How are you, beautiful? What's up?
You are at 11:17, but I still love you.
We'll dock it. Yeah. You only get 8 minutes and 30 seconds. 40 seconds.
Mayor Pro Tem Montero has a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like I promised the last meeting, we were going to have a video from the Census Bureau that's going to show how to fill up that 10 questionnaire form online. So Magna,
Thank
take
you.
care, take over.
So the video will do a much better work in the time allowed, so please pay attention.
Sorry.
Welcome to the 2020 Census. This video will introduce you to the 2020 Census, present a quick overview of the online questionnaire, and help you answer the questions.
Can we turn that up?
The 2020 Census is a count of every person living in the United States. The census is required by the U.S. Constitution and takes place once every 10 years. The 2020 Census is very important. Your responses help to determine the number of seats
Magna,
each state
can you
has
put the
in
file up?
Congress, and
That's what
guide
I'm
how
trying
more
to
than
do.
$675 billion in federal funding is spent in communities each year. The 2020 Census is easy. Completing
completely
these
up.
questions only takes about 10 minutes. You can respond online from a computer, tablet, or mobile phone 24 hours a day. You can also respond over the phone or using the paper questionnaire. If you respond, we may not need to send a Census Bureau interviewer to visit you. An interviewer may still visit if you respond late, if we have follow-up questions, or for other surveys. Your information is confidential. Federal law protects your responses. Your answers can only be used to produce statistics and cannot be used against you by any government agency or court. Now we will take you on a quick tour of the Internet questionnaire. Step-by-step instructions will be provided later in the video. When you visit my2020census.gov, you will log in using the Census ID from the materials that were mailed to you or left at your door. We will ask you to confirm your address and provide your name and phone number. Next, we will ask you to count how many people will be living or staying at this address on April 1st, 2020, and list the name of each person who will be living or staying at your address. We will also remind you to include people that might have been missed. We will ask whether the home is owned or rented, and who owns or rents the home. We will ask each person about their sex, date of birth and age, Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish origin, and race. When there is more than one person at an address, we will ask how they are related to the reference person. Finally, we will ask whether anyone sometimes stays at another address. If you're ready to begin, go to my2020census.gov now. The online questionnaire is available in English and 12 non-English languages. To select a language, click on the globe icon and select the name of the language, or select the name of the language at the bottom of any screen. Don't worry if you are looking for a language that is not listed. This video will show a step-by-step demonstration. Keep watching. You will need to complete the 2020 census in one session. If you leave, you will have to start over. To begin, choose Start Questionnaire. First, enter your 12-digit Census ID. Your Census ID is on the materials that we mailed to your address or left at your door. If you do not have a Census ID, select the link below the Login button and answer some additional questions about your address. You will still be able to respond. Then, confirm that you are completing the 2020 Census questionnaire for the address shown. Select Yes or No. If you will be staying at this address on April 1st, choose Yes. Otherwise, choose No. The next button takes you forward, and the previous button takes you back. Do not use the forward or back buttons on your browser, or else you may need to start over. Next, enter your name and telephone number. Enter your full name in English letters. Sometimes a message may appear on the screen that asks you to check your response or enter additional information. Review what you entered before selecting the next button. Enter the number of people, including yourself, who will be living or staying at this address on April 1st, 2020. Click on the underlined blue links for help with the questions. Make sure that you count people where they usually live and sleep. If someone does not have a usual residence, count them where they will be staying on April 1st. Include babies and children of all ages, close or extended family members, people who are not related to you, and people staying here without a permanent place to live. Do not include anyone who lives away from this address most of the year, such as college students, armed forces personnel, people in a nursing home, mental hospital, jail, prison, detention center, etc., or people visiting who usually live and sleep somewhere else. These people will be counted in other ways. Then, list the name of each person living or staying at this address. To add more people, select the button labeled Add Another Person. We do not want to miss any people staying at this address on April 1st. If you forgot to include anyone who stays here, choose Yes and enter those names. Otherwise, choose No. Now you're ready for the next two questions about the home at this address. On April 1st, will the house, apartment, or mobile home at this address be owned by you or someone in this household with a mortgage or loan, including home equity loans, owned by you or someone in this household free and clear without a mortgage or loan, rented, or occupied without payment of rent. Then, select the names of the owners or renters of this house, apartment, or mobile home. Next, we ask some questions about each person you listed earlier. First, we ask if the person is male or female. We also ask you to enter the month, day, and year this person was born. Make sure that the age that appears is correct as of April 1st, 2020. Next, we ask about Hispanic origin and race. Please answer both this and the next question. Select whether this person is not of Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish origin, Mexican, Mexican-American, or Chicano, Puerto Rican, Cuban, or another Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish origin. If you selected the last response, enter more details in the box below. Next, we ask about race. Select one or more checkboxes: white, black or African American, American Indian or Alaska Native, Chinese, Filipino, Asian Indian, Vietnamese, Korean, Japanese, other Asian, Native Hawaiian, Samoan, Chamorro, other Pacific Islander, or some other race. Enter detailed origins in the boxes that look like this. Additional people will also see this question: how is this person related to the reference person? Select opposite sex husband, wife, or spouse, opposite sex unmarried partner, same sex husband, wife, or spouse, same sex unmarried partner, biological son or daughter, adopted son or daughter, stepson or stepdaughter, brother or sister, father or mother, grandchild, parent-in-law, son-in-law or daughter-in-law, other relative, roommate or housemate, foster child, or other non-relative. We're almost finished. Some people live or stay in more than one place, and we need to make sure everyone is only counted once. Select the name of anyone who usually lives or stays somewhere else. Otherwise, choose none of the above. If a person does usually live or stay somewhere else, select the reason why from the following: to be with a parent, grandparent, or other person, to attend college, for a military assignment, to be closer to a job or business, in a nursing home or group home, in a jail or prison, at a seasonal or second residence, or for another reason. Great job. You are now ready to send your responses. Select Submit Questionnaire to complete the 2020 census. You will see a confirmation page with your address and today's date. That's it. You have completed the 2020 census online. Thank you. You may now close the web browser. To share this video or similar videos in other languages, please visit 2020census.gov/languages.
Thank you for your attention. And just a reminder, is one census questionnaire per address. If two families share the same address, they both have to be on the same questionnaire. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, can you, this is active right now?
In 2 days. March 12 is the official start of the website, and when people will start receiving the invitations to participate on the census. After April 8, if they haven't participated by online or on the phone, we start receiving the actual questionnaires. And if by April 27 we haven't done the questionnaire and mail it back, then we start doing the operation knocking on doors.
You don't have to wait for anything. You could, on March 12th, you can just go online and do it, right?
You will receive, you need to receive the invitation because there's a code there which makes it easier to start the census online.
Okay.
Okay.
So again, everybody is going to receive an invitation to go online. So they have to have that census number.
Right.
So if they don't have it, then they have to click on the bottom there.
And every week you haven't responded, we will send another reminder, again with the same code in case you misplaced the first invitation. Every week you will start receiving reminders with the code until you get the questionnaire. They are already out on the mail, and they will start getting to homes March 12, which is pretty much Thursday.
remember that survey that you
Yes.
mentioned? Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
So the Census Bureau works every single year, not only for the decennial census, and we do have surveys that are out all the time, economical surveys, infrastructure, business. So you may have received something from the Census Bureau. At any point, 1 in 100 people are receiving something from the Census Bureau, but it's not the census. The census officially starts March 12th. And if every other thing is a survey, 1 in 100, 1 in 500 may receive it.
Yeah, and that you brought to me the last meeting, it was legitimate. Yeah. Just to remind folks out there that if you do not have a computer or you have problem logging in, so the Hawthorne School District, about 10 schools is going to be so-called census centers, right? And they will begin helping you. So at the parent center, they will have computer there that anybody who do not have a computer or have trouble, they can walk into the school district and they will help them out. So, but they will begin that process on March 18, March 19, March 25th, March 26th, April 1st, and April 2nd, April 22nd, April 23rd, April 28th, 29th, and the 30th. Those centers will be open to help you fill out those 10 questionnaires. So if you don't have a computer at home or you have difficulties, you will have people right at the Hawthorne School District. Most of the schools like Zella David, Cone Bloom, Bart Carson, all of them is going to have census centers that will help people.
And
Right.
every library as well. We completed
library,
training for all the Hawthorne libraries last week, and they are very happy to have the opportunity to help people. They are not going to take the census for them. They will just simply provide the computer, the laptop.
All right. Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Valentine has another presentation on tonight's agenda, human trafficking, Senate Bill 1193.
I'd like to call Ms. Mary Toshiba to the podium and ask her to go ahead with the presentation on human trafficking. Thank you for coming.
This is loading. Okay. Okay. So first of all, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, council members of the City of Hawthorne. My name is Mary Toshiba. I want to first thank you for allowing me to speak on a very important issue, that being human trafficking. And in particular, I'm going to share with you Senate Bill 1193, which was passed back in 2013, and today it's commonly known as the Human Trafficking Poster Law. So a little bit about myself. I am part of a human trafficking awareness ministry. I'm part of the St. Lawrence Martyr Catholic Church down in Redondo Beach. And their ministry is called FAITH, which stands for Freedom and Intervention for the Trafficking of Humans. It was formed back in 2013, and I have here today Jean Soto, who is one of the founding members of the ministry. And the purpose of the ministry is to promote education and awareness of human trafficking to the community. We have members that go out to colleges, PTAs, where we educate not only the adults, but also students. We do fundraisers. We donate to many of the various service providers that help human trafficking victims. We also participate in regional workshops that address human trafficking awareness as well. So about 2 years ago, we decided we add another facet to our ministry, and that has to do with legislation. And in particular, bringing to the South Bay City awareness of the human trafficking poster law and helping each of the cities implement it in their respective cities. So with that, a little bit about human trafficking. So human trafficking is a form of modern-day slavery. It is the controlling of a human person through force, fraud, or coercion for purposes of forced labor, sexual exploitation, or both. Per the International Labor Organization, it is a $150 billion industry every year, where over 66% of that is sex trafficking. In the United States, it's a $39 billion industry, and per the United States DOJ, 82% of that is sex trafficking. I'm not going to go through all these bullets in consideration of time, but just trying to bring some highlights to what human trafficking is at the world level. We do have a LA Human Trafficking Task Force, and one of the sergeants at our workshop mentioned a couple of years ago that human trafficking isn't going to be ticketed away. It's only going to be addressed by law enforcement by 3% because they have a lot of other vices on their plate. And the various service providers are probably going to solve 7% of the solution. So it's really going to take the communities like ourselves, like these ministries, to really address human trafficking and try and bring an end to it, even if we have to go city by city by city. Okay. What does human trafficking look like here in LA and California? There is a National Human Trafficking Resource Center. They do reports every year, and the report hasn't come out for 2019. But for 2018, there were almost 11,000 human trafficking cases reported in the United States alone. And California led the highest number of those cases, coming in at 1,656 of those cases. Of those 1,600 cases in 2018 alone, 74% of them were sex trafficking, where the number one venue for sex trafficking are illicit massage parlors. The LA Human Trafficking Task Force, every year since they started, they were formed in 2015, they run an Operation Reclaim and Rebuild program. And this year they ran it for 1 week, January to February, and they saved 87 victims, where 11 of those were minors. And just to let you know, the minors, the average age for a minor in human trafficking has now dropped from 14 to 12. It's a profitable business. It's second only to illegal drugs. It's an increasing crime, and you can imagine why, because unlike drugs, which is consumable, a trafficker, based on a California state report, reported that a trafficker make on a single victim anywhere between $300K to $500K a year, because they can be trafficked over and over and over again, as opposed to drugs, which is consumable. So with that, let me go back up. So Attorney General Javier Becerra, he wrote in one of his reports in this bill is that what they've learned is a lot of the victims didn't know who to call or where to get help. They didn't think the information was out there. And that was the impetus for this Senate Bill 1193. And it was passed in 2012, became effective in 2013. And what this bill did, it added Section 52.6 to the Civil Code, and it requires that certain businesses, there's 13 mandated businesses, that are required to post a notice in plain sight of their establishments that gives the hotline numbers to the public as well as the human trafficking victim to call or to report unlawful activities. Actually, Jean can hand a copy of that poster over to this so you can take a look at it. I'll go over the 12 businesses that are mandated. Actually, there were 12 on the original bill, and one was just approved and added as of early of last year. The poster, as you notice, it has to be in 3 languages, English, Spanish, and LA County chose Chinese to be the 3rd language. And I said earlier, it has to be in a conspicuous place. It can't be in the bathroom, it can't be in the workroom. It has to be where the public can see it as well. There are fines associated with the bill after the businesses have been notified of the bill, of the law, I should say, of the law, and given the information. They have 30 days to comply. After the 30 days, if the poster is not up in their business, it's a $500 fine. And after that, every 30 days afterwards, it's $1,000. It's not so much the revenue or the money or the fines that's important. It's really getting the posters up and the number for the public and the victims to call for help. Just a little background. So the National Council of Jewish Women, along with CAS, which is the Coalition to Abolish Slave Trafficking, they were the 2 sponsors of the bill back in 2012. And the National Council of Jewish Women had an outreach poster program. And they've held that program all the way up until last year, where a service provider known as Journey Out has now taken over the poster program. But you can imagine they can only, this is for the host states, so you can imagine they can only address so many cities at a time. And they weren't really addressing the South Bay cities, so our ministry took it upon ourselves to see what we can do, visit all the city councils, to educate them about this law, and to help them implement the law. So these are the list of the 12 businesses that are mandated by the law. It's your Type 48 licenses for your bars, adult and sexually oriented businesses, massage parlors, recruitment agencies, emergency rooms in hospital, urgent care clinics, bus stops, rail stops, airplanes, truck stops, restaurants, farmer, labor contractors. And what was added at the beginning of last year was all hotels and motels. The other thing that was added to the poster, in addition to the hotline numbers, which is a local and national hotline number on there, they added a text so people can text for help as well. I'm kind of talking fast. I'm trying to keep in the time. So this is what the city of Torrance did. They were the first city that I visited. They were my city, and they went ahead and issued out. And I believe, Russell, I sent you all these documents as well. A copy from the city attorney letter. They sent it out to about 134 businesses, stating why they're getting this letter, what the code is. They sent them also a copy of the code, and they sent them that poster that's going around. Now, cities like Torrance and other cities, they wanted to have their website reference on the poster, but other cities have just asked Journey Out, who will provide the posters to them, knowing that the website they're referencing is LA County. So you can do one or the other. But one thing's worth noting is ever since this bill has passed, the number of calls that have been going to the hotline numbers on those posters has increased by 1,000%. In fact, in 2018 alone, there were over 28,000 calls to the hotline numbers. And so we know these posters are working. It's just a matter of getting it out to the establishments mandated by the bill. With that, I did put a request through your city clerk just to see how many businesses in the city of Hawthorne, and I didn't request all the mandated businesses. I didn't request bus stops, rest stops, truck stops. I requested just the ones that I thought, like massage parlors, bars with AB Type 48 licenses, emergency rooms, urgent care clinics, and recruitment agencies. And I got back from your city clerk about 32, and this doesn't include the additional 7 that have the bar licenses Type 48, and it doesn't include the airport. So this is just my first cursory pull on the number of businesses that I believe. Oh, that's for you to keep. Thank you. Actually, you can give to Olivia or Russell. They were the 2 people that really helped me get me here. So it's manageable to send letters out, to send these posters out to these mandated businesses. And lastly, I'm going to have Jean come up here. If there's always events going on in the South Bay area to educate the community about human trafficking, these are just a few of them. Jean, did you want to come up and talk about some of these? So it's actually the one in San Pedro. It's coming up in the beginning of April. It's a See It End It one. And Jean here is very involved with, at the local level, regional level, on some of these human trafficking workshops. So.
Sorry to interrupt you, about 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Jean Soto. I'm the chairperson of the Faith Ministry. The See It End It Film Festival is a 2-day community event featuring film screenings, visual and performing arts, music, and other exciting entertainment. Families are invited to participate in the free Kid Zone to experience educational fun through a variety of interactive activities, including internet safety tips with Officer McGruff and others. It is the 2nd year that it has occurred. It's on April 3rd in the evening and all day Saturday. They have a wide variety of films which are very telling of what human trafficking is, especially in our own backyard. So if you can make it, please do. It is, again, for children and for adults. The other one is the Southern Cal Faith Coalitions Against Human Trafficking. This is about ministries and organizations that are already involved in fighting human trafficking, such as ours. It's getting together from groups from Santa Barbara to San Diego, as well as some national speakers, and talking about what we are doing, what's been successful and what hasn't, and what else we can do. And I think the next thing up on our agenda for the group, as well as for the task force, the LA Regional Human Task Force, Compton Task Force, Long Beach City Task Force, and some of the others that are around, is getting ready for Super Bowl. Super Bowl is one of the biggest days that occur for human trafficking. They are brought in from all over the U.S., and this is one place that we can really make a difference. Thank you for your time.
So with that, I like to hopefully reach out to somebody, maybe if you need help in implementing this. Like I said, I did email you those example documents. We have volunteers to help out in any way if you need it. But I'm hoping to follow up with Olivia or Russell to see the city of Hawthorne.
Thank you.
Takes
Thank
the
you
great
so
steps
much.
to implement it.
Yes.
I'd like to ask, what these young kids at 12 years old, where do most of them come from?
Most of them are from our foster care and runaways.
So they're American kids.
According to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, about every year 100,000 children are exploited. 70% are U.S. citizens.
From the foster.
Many of them come from our foster care system and runaways.
And what happens when you make that phone call? What
make that
happens at
phone
the other
call?
end? Who do you get? What kind
So
of?
if you call, you call the local hotline. Typically, what they'll do, depending on the situation, I have seen reports where within hours, really fast response, whether they need law, legal, medical, they will get that girl or that victim. Their
They
response
get 'em
time,
off the street?
she makes that call. They work really fast. You should see if you go on some of the websites like. CAST or something, they will, or Polaris, which is the National Human Trafficking Resource Center. There are reports on some of their how fast and how expedient they are in getting to the person.
So where would you look, like in a city, our city or Torrance, or where would
Well,
you go look for it? I mean,
When you look, when you say look for, I can tell you for my city alone in Torrance, there was a bakery that was labor human trafficking. This bakery was on the city of Crenshaw and PCH.
But how does
they
a
were
bakery?
fine.
How does a bakery?
No.
Just the front.
He had actually brought these people in from the Philippines, took away their documentation, put them in a house, and they were. Let's just say that a judge fined the owner, found him guilty of $15 million of human trafficking.
Sexual or?
Labor. That was forced labor. I was talking to Sergeant Hyde of Gardena just a few weeks ago, and they had a human trafficking, a 13-year-old girl being trafficked by one of the Gardena gang members.
Yeah.
And that girl was very fortunate that she was able to escape. She gave her report, and those figures regarding $500,000 a year per traffic, she pretty much said, yeah, she was forced $1,500 a day to bring in.
Wow.
So it does happen. Gardena's not far. Torrance isn't far. It was in the news just the other day about Van Nuys, about the Operation Reclaim and Rebuild in January of LA Task Force. You know, with the 87 victims they rescued. You know.
What was the license that you were talking about? The bar license.
So the mandated business is for bar licenses type 48 is on sale general sales of alcohol. It's not all restaurants that serve alcohol. It's those that have a type 48 license. And in the city of Hawthorne, there are 7. You have to get that number from the ABC.
Thank you very much. I'd like to,
You have another question?
Yeah.
You have your colleague who wants to ask a question.
oh, okay, please, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you said since this bill, SB 1193 was
Senate
passed,
Bill 1193,
that 1,000
Percent.
you had have
Increase.
increased on the calls for
On the
help,
calls.
right?
Right.
So what about prosecution? Have we seen an increase?
You know, the Polaris, where I get these numbers from, they do have the stats on how many saw trial, how many cases, how many closed. I don't have those numbers memorized right now, but they are reported, and you can read those on the Polaris National Human Trafficking Resource Center. They track those. How many of those? Yeah, can't tell you right off the top of my head how many of the cases closed.
All right, thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
have one more question. These kids that are coming up from the foster homes, are they being used by the foster family, the foster parents, or is that just the system?
When you say, from what I understand, when they exit out of the foster care, they're a prime target. I can't tell you how many are within a foster family that are a minor that are being trafficked. I don't have that visibility. In fact,
It makes them more vulnerable to the traffickers. The traffickers are,
Like like a pimp,
Right.
for lack of a
Exactly.
better word.
Actually, I was out on an outreach program, visiting businesses in East LA, making sure that their posters was up. And I was taught, this one lady was telling me, who's very involved with human trafficking, is that the predators are getting smarter. As you know, in the foster care system, there are areas where they have kids that are more challenged, that need a little bit more. They're actually scouting those because they're more challenged. So it's unfortunate. According to the FBI, there are over 900,000 predators online. The numbers are staggering.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate your giving us this information about this very vulnerable population. And I'm going to direct staff to work with you to see if what we can do to get this information to our businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay. All right. Thank you to all of you. I'm going to take item number 20 out of order. Can you please read the item so then I could call for public speaking?
Sure. Now is the time and place for a public hearing to adopt ordinance number 2198, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, permitting and regulating short-term rental in the City of Hawthorne by amending various provisions of Title 17 zoning and adding a new Chapter 17.74 short-term rental permits to Title 17 zoning of the Hawthorne Municipal Code. Planning Department's declaration publication filed. 10 written communications were received.
All right, let me take a look, see if anybody that was expecting to speak for a little bit later. Let me just pull them out. Wow, I don't have any cards.
Not for this one.
Not for this item? All right, I see presents here, but I don't see people.
We have letters.
Sister, no, this is
That's not for it.
All right. Anybody wishing to speak on item number 20, please come up. Now's the time and place.
Hello, my name is Lucy Ravage. Many of you have seen me since August when we first got notification of the Airbnbs being being targeted to possibly stop. And I wanted to just go over that according to when we were at the Planning Commission meetings, I did suggest that less regulations make it easier to police and monitor when we do put these restrictions into place. The Planning Commission has worked hard to come up with these regulations. They've considered all of our input, and I feel that you should pass this amendment. And if you have questions, you can ask some of the Planning Commission or ask us, some of the hosts. As far as unhosted concerns from Councilman Valentine from the last City Council meeting, when a stay is unhosted, the guests still have plenty of instructions and access to call the owner during their stay. I sometimes have people book 11 months in advance, and sometimes I don't know when I'm going to go on vacation that soon. So it would simply be when I'm on vacation, which isn't that often, but many hosts have spent thousands of dollars on furnishings and accessories to host guests, and when we do have bookings, we're able to earn good money that helps provide for our families and helps pay our mortgages down a bit faster. I appreciate all of the Planning Commission and your positive vote for this change, and thank you very much.
Anybody else wishing to speak on this? Go ahead, sir.
Hi, good evening. My name is Felipe Novaes. I'm a homeowner, and I also am a Airbnb host, super host, as they like to put it, is when someone's performing well based on reviews. So we need to be doing a good job in order to get those reviews up, which keep pretty much our performance and standards. I have a few notes that I would like to share with you guys. We are all here to assist you guys to show how simple and easy it is to do Airbnb, to regulate it, to work with it. All it takes is a little bit of effort, and we're gonna get this done. So I all count with you. I see all the leaders of this beautiful city. You guys are supporting us, and we plan to support you guys back if you have our backs as well. So it's very important for us that Airbnb is not criminalized. I saw the other meeting that we discussed transients, crimes, and I even have a police officer here today. I don't know if it's okay to ask him. How many times did you have any problems with hosts or guests in the city of Hawthorne? I'm pretty sure there will be none. And this is very substantial because when you have statistics to back you up, you know what you're doing and that you're doing the right thing. There are about 90 entire houses doing Airbnb in Hawthorne. We have 86,000 people. So it's one for every 1,000 people. Very low impact on demographics. The math does itself. Very self-explanatory in that sense. The yearly growth of Airbnb is 4% in the last year. So it's not growing rapidly. Even if it doubles, it's not going to be an impressive number to cause any type of concerns. And I'm glad you guys understood that, and you guys are approving and pushing this bill to work with us. I'm really glad. Rent increasing, also another factor that are not being impacted by this. We know why rent is increasing. Los Angeles has a lot of high-paid jobs, no house supply, and people are trying to move here, increasing rent. It's not because of night Airbnbs or even double in a year or two. That won't happen based on the statistics. How's doing Airbnb? We all have constant cleanings and maintenance. So we know what's going on there. We have cameras in the property. We can do noise sensors. So no problems with parties and all that. I don't allow parties at all. And I know most of my colleagues, they don't. So there are no problems with those concerns. Is it the time is up? I'll try to be brief. So pretty much concluding is that I want to show you guys that we are active citizens. We care about the city. We want to make the city better. I think that bringing tourists to the city is a nice thing. Other tourist cities, they do the same. And they all see as benefits, not a problem.
Sir,
Thank you guys for your time.
Did you give your address to the public?
My full address I can disclose, yeah.
Go ahead. Anybody else?
Okay, it's me again, Valentino Hernandez. I'm a resident of the city of Hawthorne. Do you need my address?
He does.
Do you need addresses or anything?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so basically, you know, the same thing. I really appreciate the effort everyone is putting into this matter. I see the willingness to cooperate and to make this work for sure, and I really appreciate that. And among everything we spoke about, my biggest concern would be the limit on the 90 days for vacation rentals, and hopefully we can, I guess, get rid of those 90 days and just include the vacation rentals, because that's the one that is going to affect me personally. So I guess I'm the only one advocating for my own cause in here. Just regarding the 90 days, we can just remove that and basically put those vacation rentals into the same pool. And if anything comes out, you can always amend it or change it or you know, work it out. And pretty much everything else, it definitely makes sense. All the regulations definitely make sense to have more control. And, you know, I don't oppose of anything else. So, thanks.
Do you live at your properties that you want to rent? How does the 90 days affect you?
Okay.
I'm just trying to give you a little start. I can't.
Yes.
Back and
No,
forth, just give me a little.
I do not live in the property I rent.
Okay.
But I live in Hawthorne, and the other property is in Hawthorne as well.
So the house that you do your short-term rental, so it's not on the same lot as you live in. It's on another street somewhere.
I have two properties. One I live in, and the other one I rent through Airbnb.
You rent the one that you rent Airbnb is on the same lot that you live in, like the property?
No.
Or they have it's a completely different address somewhere else?
It's a different address.
And basically you do that for 12 months, so that means 365 days, right?
So far, yes.
All right, thank you.
Next person.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Lisa Aguilar, 3734 West El Segundo Boulevard. I would like to commend Olivia Valentine tonight for spearheading for five consecutive years an amazing business expo, where businesses and community residents are united. The resources, and networking workshops are invaluable to both business owners and attendees. One of my mentors once told me, "You lead by example," and that is exactly what you have done, Ms. Valentine, as you lead with integrity. I thank you for being an exemplary role model. I am extremely proud of the promise of progress since 2015 when I landed here like a parachute just in time for the evolution of the small city with a big heart, the city of good neighbors, Hawthorne, where I found my happy home, where I feel safe, where we have hardcore but friendly and approachable police officers. The stipends nor the salaries of our leaders or city employees are enough. Yet so many have gone above and beyond because they love what they do. And community volunteers, we do it purely out of love for the betterment of our community. As Mr. Patterson once said, pay attention to what happens in your city rather than what happens in the White House, as it affects you the most. I wholeheartedly agree with that statement, Mr. Patterson. Thank you. We also have with the North Hawthorne Community Association the Easter egg hunt on Saturday, April 4th. You're all cordially invited at Eucalyptus Park from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. It's at 12100 South Englewood Avenue on the corner of Englewood and 120th. I hope you could all make it, and it's from 12. It starts from 11 to 3, and the Easter egg hunt is at 11, 12, 1, and 2. Thank you.
Next person? All right. If not, oral communication is ceased. All right. All right. Can we have like our planning people, Marie and Greg? Both of you, please. All right. We're gonna just get to the bottom of this. There's some questions. There's 3 groups of people that are advocating for their points of view with regards to Airbnb. I've kind of already identified them, and the city has its perspective and its obligations too. So go ahead. Oh, okay. So, all right. So the question is, we've already defined that the vacation rentals are those individuals who do not live at their properties that want to rent these properties out. Those are considered vacation rentals.
That is correct.
Then
That
there's
is-
also the short-term rentals where the individuals live on site. And my question is, those individuals who live on site, there's a limitation as to a rental for, there's a limit to the days on a single rental to one individual, one group, up to 30 days. But they can continue to rent it out for the whole of the year. Is that correct?
So for hosted and unhosted short-term rentals, they can rent it throughout the year, so long, and a short-term rental is defined as anything under 30 days. And there is no limitations as to how many days. So every weekend they can rent it out.
Or every day if they wanted to.
Or every day if they want to for 1 or 2 days,
So the Airbnb, the spirit of Airbnb is that you're renting a room or something that for a property that you live at. That's kind of the spirit. That's the way it's. I haven't seen anything from Airbnb itself that told us that they're advocating for anything else. So what's your understanding with regards to what Airbnb is telling us?
Airbnb does not want us to regulate vacation homes. And the ordinance in front of you does regulate vacation homes to 90 days per year maximum.
Okay. So the short-term rentals have a limit as to how long they can rent to one individual group, 2 people or whatever, one rental up to 30 days, but they can rent throughout the whole 365. What's the difference between hosted and unhosted for the short-term rentals, please?
So for hosted and unhosted, for those types of short-term rentals, that is the homeowner's primary residence on the lot. So it could be a lot where I'll use Lucy as an example, where she has 3 units. She lives in one, rents one as a regular rental, and one is a short-term rental. But she lives on site.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Go ahead.
She can rent, and she can have the short-term rental on that unit for 365 days.
Yes, she can.
Not to the same person.
No, because if they're there for more than 30 days, then it's just a regular rental.
It's a 30-day
Correct.
per person.
Correct.
Correct.
30 days per person. So then another family comes in, another family comes in. They
Through-
rotate.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good evening. So I wanted to ask about parking, because that's something we have a serious problem in Hawthorne with parking. So with the short-term rentals, the host has to provide one parking space per unit, is that correct?
One parking space per unit for the short-term rental, correct.
Okay.
So if
And it has
you,
to be off-site?
yes, so yes, on the property, correct.
Okay. What is your view? What is staff's view of unhosted rentals?
So unhosted rentals, as defined here, for example, I have my home, I'm going to go on vacation for a week, I will rent it as a short-term rental while I am away. I have not given up my home as my primary residence. It is still my primary residence. I'm just going away for a week on vacation.
And what assurance does the city have that while you're away, that house will not be used for some purpose that perhaps we wouldn't want it to be used for?
So there are rules and regulations that the host must leave and the renter must abide by. Typically, for primary residences, they don't seem to have a lot of problems and issues. It's the vacation rentals that seem to have more of the issues, where there is no one on site that's coming back to that property. Hence why the Planning Commission has placed a 90-day cap.
All right.
Does the ordinance that we have in place for the short-term rentals, does it allow for both the unhosted and hosted situations?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So we're limiting the vacation rentals that have a 90-day max total.
Correct.
How are we going to keep track of that?
There's a few ways. Many times it's the neighbors who will give it away, and our code enforcement officers are looking through the listings. And we are working with Airbnb to obtain the information as to how many days it's being rented as a short-term rental.
So Airbnb is going to provide us that information?
We have to go through it and request it in a legal manner. And I think we did write that in the ordinance so that they can provide that. And it's also part of the TOTs.
Through the chair,
Go ahead.
I think Airbnb did, in the packet of letters that we got, Airbnb did reply to every nuance to the ordinance. Especially when it comes to 90-day vacation and getting the data from their database, and it's quite intensive. But I just wanted to point that out too.
But when they reply to the 90-day clause, they just say we're opposed, but we'll work with you guys further on coming up with ideas, but they didn't say and justify why they were against it. So, I mean, that's what I see in there.
But working with us, I think we're the ones that set the rules, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, exactly.
So now, if you have a 90-day period, if you don't have that, and then you don't regulate the vacation rental, then you're just doing a lease. You're just renting the place without any limitations whatsoever. So I would imagine that you have to put some kind of a limitation, so then you could call it even a vacation rental, because otherwise it's just a rental.
But also,
Am I missing something there or what?
No.
but also, you wouldn't have to go through Airbnb to have a vacation rental, would you? I mean, if you have a vacation rental, couldn't you have one on your own? Do you have to go through Airbnb? I should ask you that question.
Yeah.
Do you have to go through Airbnb to have a vacation rental?
You do not. There's several hosting platforms out there in which you can have a vacation rental, but you don't necessarily have to go through them. Obviously, there's management companies who would handle that as well, but the big companies are typically the ones who handle that. Airbnb, VRBO, there's several out there.
I think we support the residents who own homes here that want to make some extra money and are following the spirit of Airbnb. But I'm just going to get straight to it. Rental properties can be treated as businesses for profit. You work it regularly and continuously. So what's happening with Airbnb? You're working the site. You're getting people to stay with you. But then you can also treat a rental ownership as an investment where you are doing it for profit, but you're not working it continuously. Therefore, you have the long-term leases, the rental agreements that last for even month by month, but for one person. So it's no secret that the cost if you do the math, a rental agreement for a long-term rental as an investment property, that'll probably be between, I don't know, 60 to $100 at the market rate right now. Sometimes some of these properties could maybe go over that $100 per day, depending on the size of the property. So this is a business. And unfortunately, it seems like by not regulating this, all businesses in the city of Hawthorne need to pay their fair share in taxes, TOT taxes. By not regulating it, the city is not going to get what is due. Some people want to operate as businesses and not pay their taxes, but then have the added benefit of using that property. Unfortunately, it's people who do not live in the city that own these properties. They want to be able to not pay the taxes to the city, keep that profit, and on top of that, treat it as their investment property and get the tax benefit from that. So in a sense, we have some double dipping with regards to tax benefit here. So we as a city council, in my opinion, I am going to support and vote for this. We need to make sure that the city is paid its fair share when businesses are operating here in the city. And that's why we personally, as of now, based on the questions and the letters that I got were not from people within the city, people who live outside of the city that are operating like that. So
I thought that was part of the regulation so we could, get ours from people that are doing business in our city.
Go ahead,
I'm willing to support this on a limited basis. I'd like to see it brought back in 18 months so that we can see if it's actually working, and if it's and I'd like to have our police weigh in on to see if there's been any added problems in the neighborhoods as a result of our approval of this. But I would like for it to be brought back in 18 months for a review and determination of another vote, actually. In other words, we would have to reapprove it in 18 months.
And one of the things I wanted to comment was Airbnb. We got like 2 emails from them. They didn't do such a great job of defending the vacation rentals. They actually left the people out here to hang out and dry with regards to that issue.
Yeah.
So I didn't see anything that was a total
I
revelation to us as to why we should.
I'd like to understand a little bit why 90 days, because that's a long vacation, Is there really a market for a 90-day vacation?
Mayor, if I can answer.
Yeah,
everybody's I have a couple of comments. Getting back to Lucy again as an example. If she goes on vacation, that would be considered unhosted, but she still lives on the property even though she has 2 additional units there. So I just wanted to clarify that. In terms of the 90 days, that doesn't mean that they will be renting the vacation rental for 90 consecutive days.
Right.
Those 90 days can be spread out throughout the year. If they are renting it for 90 consecutive days, then it's not a short-term rental. Then it's just a regular rental. So 30 days and above is just a regular rental, month by month, essentially. Does that clarify?
Yeah. It kind of clarified, but my question, it go back to Ms. Valentine's issue, that you're renting the other house more than 90 days. So that means you just dealing with the tenants. Because do you put 90 days somebody there and then you put another 90 days somebody there? So how do you do that? I want to clarify because you've been vocal about these 90 days. I understand you live in Hawthorne at least, and you have another property in another street, different from your residential. But there is some other people that send us all these letters that live in another cities, and they just want to buy properties in Hawthorne and then become short-term renters because it's more profit than if they say rent the property for 12 months. Long term, and with a set amount like rent, right? But I'm trying to understand your dilemma. How do you do your property through Airbnb, or do you go to your own personal lease between you and that person?
Airbnb.
Can I speak?
Yeah, let him speak, please. 'Cause I want to
how should we do it? Is that fine? For the sake of this, go ahead. Go ahead,
we
Valentin.
need to clarify
real
your
quick.
situation.
You're part of the
'Cause
discussion.
you residents, we want to accommodate.
Yes, thanks.
Not
Appreciate
like total
that.
line of people. It's just in
Absolutely,
this case.
yes. I'll be very specific. Basically, the limitation puts 90 days out of the 365 days of the year. So if I'm only allowed to rent it for 90 days out of the 365, I'm going to have to sell the property. And my idea was be able to keep the property to inherit it to my children. I have two. So that's the only way I could keep it, right? So if that answers your questions, 90 days doesn't need to be consecutive 90 days.
But why not rent it long term?
Yeah.
It won't cover my mortgage.
So then, I mean, okay. I mean, you're a friend. You're a friend of the community, but I'm kind of.
Just one.
I know.
No.
I just one person. He'll respond for both of you guys, please. Go ahead.
So as what you said, it is a little business. We don't make enough much money of it. Maybe $500 a month is what I'm getting out of that property, and I'm able to keep it. Otherwise, it's going to be more difficult for my child to eventually acquire one property. So my vision was get it now. I was able to save some money and put everything that I needed to put together just to acquire this second property. And if this goes like this, that we are not going to be allowed to rent it, only 90 days out of the 365, what am I going to do with that property? If I rent it on a with a regular tenant, I'm going to be upside down. I'm going to have to sell it.
How many bedrooms is that house?
It's 2 bedrooms.
2 bedrooms.
2,500 a month. Yeah.
Yeah, and there is
Yeah. But I want to know something. What's the difference between what Lucy wants to do, which is short-term rentals all the time?
Because she lives there.
She lives there, and
because she lives there.
She lives there, and that's what the whole concept of Airbnb started off being.
Okay, there's a lot of moving parts.
So it is Valentin is the one. The situation
call you
is that
in case we
he
need-
lives somewhere else instead of the property.
Okay, all right.
But, Maria, can
Thank
you
you,
can
Valentin.
you repeat the initial comments that I made? You kept track of what I said in the beginning with regards to
Yes.
can you just go ahead and repeat it and maybe summarize it, because I believe that's
Yes.
what your staff's perspective is also, right? Go ahead.
So hosted and unhosted means that that is your primary residence. That property is your primary residence. If you have one unit, it's still your primary residence. You might rent it out while you're on vacation. If you have 2, 3, or 4 units, you still live in one of those units. So it's still your primary residence. A vacation rental, it is not your primary residence. It's a second home that you are renting as a short-term rental, but you do not live on site. And those vacation rentals, this ordinance is specifying that they can only be rented 90 days throughout the 365 days, and that does not mean that it's consecutive.
Councilwoman.
I have a question, another question about parking. So, in each short-term rental, if, let's say you have a triplex and you live in one and rent out two, you have to provide 2 parking spaces?
You have to provide a space per short-term rental.
Okay, so you would have to provide 2 parking spaces?
Correct.
For the short-term rentals?
Yes.
Okay.
What other comments do we have from Councilmember Hawad? I think we were kind of looking at each other. Anything, if you got anything, I mean, you don't have to, but I'm just saying. Before we make a decision, we could have.
So for the short term, we're just saying that anything less than 30 days, that's the short term.
Correct.
But if it's like 40, then that's just a regular kind
That's
of.
just a regular rental.
It's going to be very hard to regulate and distinguish. Very difficult, to be frank. Now, if they were to, so nothing less than 30 days.
Can you repeat the question?
Nothing less than 30 days for short term.
Short term, yeah.
Short-term rentals or anything under 30 days. Not if it's a vacation rental. Owner occupancy for a short-term rental is for hosted and unhosted.
Councilmember Hawad.
And it's your primary residence.
Are you suggesting opening it up from 30 to something more?
No. I just wanted to see where the limitations were. So it was just on vacation homes, we're basically limiting it to 90
Total.
And then for short term, they're supposed to live on the property itself.
And sometimes they're going to be there, sometimes they're not.
Correct.
Which I really don't have a problem with that. Because
normal.
that's kind of what it happens.
All right. To the chair.
Okay, so Councilmember Tayeda, and then Hugh, and then you. We can't hear you.
I would imagine that person that's operating this business is going to go to the licensing department, apply for a license, and then file the taxes every year, how much money they make, pay taxes based on all that, just like anybody else's business, right? Is that pretty much how that's going to work? Yeah, okay.
I have a question. How difficult is it going to be to keep track of these different types of rentals and whether or not people are in compliance?
We're not sure just yet. This is why if the city council would like us to bring it back in a year or 18 months, then we'll have more statistics as to the difficulty.
To the chair, just
mention that.
Let me say that, because the last time Russell, our attorney, mentioned that we can bring this ordinance anytime we want. It doesn't have to be 18 months, doesn't have to be 12 months, doesn't have to be 24 months. So anytime we want, that if there is a problem out there that has been identified, we can bring it, ratify it, or cancel, or do something about it. But I think, this conversation, and I did have a sidebar with Russell, there will be a solution for those 90 days. But right now, I'm ready to vote on this resolution to make a motion for it because we have debated a lot. I attend all the planning commission meetings that they discussed the issue. Public hearing was done twice. So I make a motion. Okay.
One last question, and I'll second that. Motion second, but there's still a discussion. Question: are we doing? What are these other cities that are regulating? The people who are not regulated doesn't mean that they're not in the process of regulating. They're in the process of regulating. We have a table here that shows us that Actually, Lawndale and Gardena have a prohibited
They
in its
have
entirety.
prohibited.
Manhattan Beach and Redondo Beach prohibited. Carson as well. Torrance and El Segundo are in the process,
Torrance just passed theirs.
which is probably similar to what we have.
Similar. And El Segundo hasn't, but they're very close.
Okay. So we very well could have just prohibited and be done with it, right? But we're so.
We don't want to do that.
Okay, then I just wanted to check what the feedback was in the audience. We're not going to do that. We want it to work, but
Everybody
we just have our concerns as a city. So, everyone, please vote. What?
I need to read it.
All right.
All right, here we go. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, permitting and regulating short-term rentals in the City of Hawthorne by amending various provisions of Title 17 zoning and adding a new Chapter 17.74 short-term rental permits to Title 17 zoning of the Hawthorne Municipal Code for adoption.
I move.
Second.
Okay, seconded right there.
Ms. Valentine?
It was moved by the Mayor Pro Tem and then seconded by Councilmember Tejeda.
Thank you. The vote reflects mayor and council members voting yes.
All right. Next item, let's see what we have. And then we'll see how it goes, and we'll get some historical information to really just. And is there anybody who would like to speak with regards to? No, are we gonna?
Go back. We didn't have the budget presentation.
Right, we have to do the
Or
budget.
oral communication.
Oral communication first.
No, the budget first.
I have this thing out of order.
Budget first. Is the
No, we
the
got.
budget.
Public hearing for the budget. Please call public hearing.
Okay, we'll take the public hearing for the budget.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Now is the time for a public hearing approving and adopting the annual budget for fiscal year 2020-2021. City Clerk Department's declaration publication field, no written communications were received.
Which one was this? Is there anybody who wishes to speak on the public hearing for the annual budget? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hi.
Awesome.
Good evening. Debbie Shantos. I'm the Hawthorne Municipal Employees Association President. I work in the cable department for the city. I've had a couple employees ask me regarding the budget being passed tonight. The questions were, this seems unique that we're doing it now, early compared to in the past, especially when we've had negotiations going on. My understanding is out of the 4 groups, 1 has been completed. A second one may be voted on tonight for completion. The 3rd group is still in negotiations, and you have not started yet with the 4th group, the Hawthorne Municipal Employees. So the questions were, how are we doing a budget? And I realize a budget right now is a point in time and how you plan on spending the money. And I've been told this is very typical for many cities to do this. My question becomes, though, when I was told that also there is a placeholder placed in the budget that says, here's the money being set aside for future negotiations that haven't been completed yet. So the question is that something I'm just missing in the budget? I'm not looking for you to give me any kind of numbers that say, oh yeah, we've put X amount aside. Basically, it just seems odd that we're doing it early.
Okay.
That's my question.
When the moment comes, I'll take that question and ask our staff so that it could be answered for the group. Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else wishing to speak on the budget? If not, I'll declare the hearing closed. So ordered. I would like to call Finance Director Feliz Lopez to the podium for the presentation on the 2020-2021 budget.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, and to all the residents here and staff. I'm going to present the 2020-21 proposed budget. I'll go over each of the departments and summarize what the effects have been from 1920 to 2021. Okay, so for City Council, we show a decrease of $9,300. And this is, as I mentioned in our first meeting, this is due to an issue of a bond that occurred last October. There's also a reduction in expenditures for liability and telephone costs. For non-departmental, we see an increase of about $700,000. If you look at our budget for 1920, personnel costs were $675,000, and it's increasing to $1.1 million. Fire contract was, a percentage of the fire contract was expended through the non-departmental, which was $6.4 million. That is increasing to almost $6 million. Debt service and sales tax rebates were at 3.4 in 1920. That is reducing to 2.9. Retiree health remains the same. Operating expense increased to $953,000. And this is where the liability allocation of $1 million. So between some of the reductions and the increases, it is a total increase of $734,000. And just so that we clarify, the debt service and sales tax rebates are for revenue bonds, for the RCC bonds, and gateway sales tax rebates. For Measure HH, you can see that there's a $2 million increase, and this is primarily due to the LA County fire contract. So the fire contract is split between non-departmental and Measure HH. The total budget for that will be $4.1 million, but the portion for Measure HH is $8.1 million.
I'm sorry, Phyllis, you meant to say 14.1.
14.1 million. Mm-hmm. The South Bay Regional Public Communication, which is our 911 operations, that amount has decreased to $2.8 million. And the police gang unit has decreased slightly to $702,000. And you can see that there's an increase in the school resource officer line item. We are increasing that by one more position. So that's a total of $2 million increase. For city clerk, there's an increase of about $234,000. This is primarily due to election costs. Normally, there's a $100,000 cost for elections. Due to now allowing residents and citizens to vote for 10 days, that cost has increased, so we see that $234,000 increase. For city manager, there's a decrease in the budget of about $42,000. That's primarily due to a reduction in part-time position.
Can you just, for the benefit of the residents, just explain why the decreases and how they're directly related to the bond measures? How it provided us relief? Just
well, for most of the departments, you'll see a decrease in where we show personnel costs, and that is due to a bond that was issued in October of last year. So that reduced our unfunded liability, and that's why we see the decreases in all the departments. Or most of the departments. Not every department shows a decrease in their budget.
The unfunded liability by CalPERS had 7% interest rate, plus other elements. There are other factors that was making it act like a variable interest rate. So by issuing bond by approval of the City Council last year, we basically made it a fixed rate with much reduced payment annually. So because of that, now we are basically realizing a lot of considerable amount of saving every year moving forward.
And once I go through each individual budget, I will give a summary at the end where you'll see the total effect of that. So for cable, you'll see that there's a total decrease of about $68.7 thousand. We show that decrease again mostly in the personnel costs, but also they have a PEG fee, which is used for equipment, which they're only budgeting to purchase about $30,000 worth of equipment for next year. For the city treasurer's budget, we show a decrease of about $13.77. And again, that's due to the bond. For city attorney, this is, we show a decrease in the general fund personnel costs of almost $152,000. And an increase in the insurance reserve of about $1 million. So the total effect is an increase of $930,000 for the city attorney's budget. The insurance reserve is made up of workers' comp and liability programs, and the claims and liabilities are the ones that increase every year, and that's why you see that $1 million increase in the insurance fund. For finance and licensing, there is a decrease of $518,000. Partial, about $200,000 is in the POB issue. But also there's a decrease in operating expense due to this current fiscal year. There was a financial system upgrade that was budgeted for, and that's no longer included in the 2021 budget. For human resources, we see about an $18,500 decrease. This is mainly due to operating expenditures for contract services and liability. For the police, we see a decrease in the general fund of $3.5 million, again, because they are the largest department in the city. That's why we see such a large savings due to that bond issue. We also show a decrease in the SRO, school resource officer salaries, because those are being paid through the Measure HH funding. We also show that there's a decrease in some of the grants. Depending on the year, they may have less funding, and that's why there's also a decrease shown in some of these other line items. For Public Works, our general fund shows a decrease of about $137,000, along with some decreases in street improvement and grants. So a total decrease in the budget of about $11,600,000, almost $700,000. And again, it's due to the reduction is mainly due to those street projects. They completed several projects in this current fiscal year, 1920, and next year they'll be in design phases for the next set of projects. For planning, we see a decrease of about $229,000, again, due to the bond issue. For building and safety, we see a decrease of $113,000, almost $114,000 for the same bond issue. For recreation and community services, we see a decrease of $270,000. About $217,000 of that is for the bond issue. and about $53,000 is due to a couple of grants that the park received in 1920, which will not be included in the 2021 budget. For community development, we show a decrease of about $500,000, and this is due mainly to reduced funding from HUD and also partially from the bond issue. For housing, we see a slight increase of, well, an increase of $600,000, and that is funding from HUD. So that is why the increase is there for their specific programs. We also show here the properties that are managed by the housing manager, and these are the amounts that are received in rentals by these properties is what is used to spend for repairs and maintenance. And just here's a summary of all of the department budgets. You can see that there's a decrease of about $2 million. If there's any questions on this, if not, I'll move on to the revenues.
Let me ask you a quick question. So basically, if it was not for that bond that we did to reduce our liability, all this was reflect an increase. It was going to be an increase all across the board if we didn't have take that action in the summer.
We would more than likely see a $4 million increase.
A $4 million increase. So that move was a very good move for us to decrease our liability for the unfunded, especially for the Spurs, right? The retirement. Thank you.
Anything else?
Everything's good.
Okay. All right, and so these are the graphs of the expenditures. Public Works, Building and Safety, Parks and Recreation, and Planning make up 12% of our budget, which is $9.6 million. The Legislative and Administrative Services departments make up 7%, which is $5.2 million. Those departments include Mayor, City Council, City Treasurer, City Clerk, Finance, Licensing, and Human Resources. We show also by category. Personnel makes up about 54% of our budget, which is almost $43 million. Capital outlay is an even 1%. It's $310,000. Operating transfers are almost $3 million for 4% of the budget. Retiree health and employee relations is $4.1 million, which is 5% of our budget. Operating expense is $13.7 million, which is 17% of our budget. And contract services is $16.1 million, which is 20% of our budget. And again, fire services contract, which is $4.1 million, is included in that contract services line item. For revenues, we show an increase of about $2 million. We, as I explained earlier, have been very careful in the estimates for taxes and TOT revenue due to the current events that are happening at this time. So we see a slight increase of $1.4 million, in taxes. Okay, how do I go back? Sorry. There we go. No. All right. We'll get there. All right, and then for licensing and permits, we see about a $275,000 increase. This is largely due to our construction permits. For fines and forfeitures, it remains the same at $2.8 million. Revenue from use of money, which is our interest earnings, remains the same at $400,000. Intergovernmental, which includes VLF and state mandated costs, increased again by about $375,000. All of that increase is in vehicle license fees. Intergovernmental county, we show a decrease, and that is due to the grants for the Parks Department that are not available in the 2021 fiscal year. Service charges are down, and that is due to code enforcement fees. And for the contribution, other contributions, the increase from 1.6 to $2 million is all from water contribution. The contributions for Prop A are reduced by $50,000, and program contributions for COPS program, which is community-operated policing services, community-oriented policing services, is an increase of $100,000. So overall, for the entire city, along with restricted funds, our budget for revenues is $157,153,970. And this is our graph. Our taxes make up 72% of our revenues, which is $57.9 million. Program contributions are $900,000, which is 1%. Miscellaneous revenue is $2 million at 3%. Charges for services is $2.3 million at 3% of our budget. Intergovernmental state is $11.5 million, which is 14%. Fines and forfeitures are 4% at $2.8 million. And licenses and permits are 3% of our budget at $2.4 million. Did you have any questions on those?
Any questions so far from anybody?
Yeah, through the chair,
Yes.
Maybe now you can kind of answer the question from the HMEA president regarding set-aside funds and ongoing bargaining unit negotiations.
That's from Arnie? That's at that level.
Yes, I was gonna actually address it, but yes, for our hardworking employees in the Hawthorne Municipal Association, we have stipulated an amount. It is not under a line item. We never had it under any negotiations or MOU, but it is included in the budget, and it is based on affordability. It is not based on what a union asks. It's based on what city can afford. And also, it is not like all union negotiations items are budgetary items. Some of them can be non-budgetary items, for example. Yes, there is such a stipulation included in our budget to address that. And that negotiation is going to start very soon with HMEA through our HR department.
The other question I would have would be, so the bump on the city clerk's side when it comes to the campaign finance, only election for 2020.
Yes.
The uptake in part-time and full-time personnel cost, is that regarding the election or something different?
That is because we have an employee who's out on leave right now, and there's another employee that is filling in. And they also have interns, one additional intern added to the department.
Oh, paid intern.
Paid intern. Yes, the volunteers are not counted as personnel.
Any other questions?
Oh, I thought you were looking at something you were going to ask. Sorry about that. Anybody else?
Actually, so we were at.
So there's some relief here. Let's look at what.
Well, maybe I'll just ask the dumb questions and.
They're not dumb.
There's no dumb questions.
You know, nobody wants to ask, you know. Our general revenue is $80 million. And we have a budget of $157 million.
Right, because that includes restricted and grants.
Yeah, that's what I'm, so how secure is the calculations for these numbers?
That's a good question.
Okay, so they are not projected numbers to worry about security of it. They are already coming. So they are the grants that
So that's
we
money
are
that
receiving.
you've already have a commitment that's
Yes.
coming to you.
Yes. For example, one of them is HUD. We have a whole housing department that is not on general fund, not even a penny on general fund. It's completely, all these years, all these decades, is functioning based on HUD money. So a portion of the 150 million is actually HUD money that is coming for Housing Department Operations, Section 8. Same thing applies to CDBG. Same thing applies to our gas tax.
So those are coming all the time.
They're
always
coming. Yes, they're coming. And then the other parts, there are other parts that it's through public works, to some extent also police department, are the grants that we receive on competitive basis. So we won the grant, we show the documentation to our finance director, otherwise she rejects it because she needs proper documentation from approval agency. Like, okay, Arnie, where is the contract from MTA? Where is the contract from Caltrans? So we see, and those contracts we bring before the city council and you approve them. So you approve the grant contract, the grant MOU, then it goes to finance.
There's a lot of, there's a lot of improvement from one budget to another budget. And then I think that Alex brought it up. That's from when we refinanced that huge unfunded liability and fixing that rate. All of that is what is creating that difference from
Some
last
relief,
year.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I guess that really was a pretty good move. When
Indeed.
you're a genius.
Yes.
Arnie.
All right. Either.
Yeah.
Do you guys? Okay.
No. I'm done.
Police or Arnie? So the second page to last. So we're stating that it looks like our proposed general expenditures that we proposed for the last year was 82 million, right? About 82 million. Just go back 4 pages. Please.
It's okay, don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah, just open that up. That's City Hall, yes. We know that already.
It doesn't.
It's a little bit touchy.
All right,
laptop.
so we're saying, no, it's actually 2 pages before. Try to go 2 pages before.
Would we answer another
Okay,
question?
go ahead. We'll just show the smaller version.
So it's 82 million. That's what we're proposed for the last term, and this next term, 80 million. So when you go 2 pages ahead, we have our totals, the 152 million. Is that so? Our actual expected expenditures are going to be.
So this is
How do they tie into the?
this is strictly general fund.
Yes.
These departments that are on this page are strictly general fund departments.
So my question is, why don't you combine the expected expenditures due to the general fund and the grants and the restricted funds together? Well, the grants are going to be able. We're going to be able to. Well, I guess you wouldn't be able to because grants you could only spend on certain things, and restricted funds also, right?
Right, we cannot use
But why
restricted
don't?
funds on any general fund expenditures.
So, so this shows us that we're underfunded. So the say 78,248,000 shows that we're underfunded for the 82 million, or we're still kind of bringing in some money.
Well, 78 million was last year, so 80,396 is for this year.
But if our our expenditures that we proposed were 82 million, and you're showing a subtotal of 78 million general fund revenues, what's the gap of 4 million? Can you explain that? Is it because we're still waiting for some money to come in?
That's because several of the departments have prior year's purchase orders, and so that's included in this figure. So what happens is it carries over into the new fiscal year.
Okay. So
this number was just
No,
not
no,
updated.
So the
Another
82 million was
reason-
incorrect?
No, another reason that is expenditure.
You kind of see what I'm saying?
Because of the bond.
Well,
Bond reduced
what they say, and if not, you
No, but I think we just didn't update.
So with the proposed budget for last term was 82 million, but you're showing a subtotal of 78 million. Why is it different?
That just wasn't
Mid-year.
updated when we
No,
updated
that was
the other line, the
no, no,
other page.
No, the right answer is we had a mid-year actually adjustment.
Okay.
You approved during mid-year. Yes.
So, all right, got it. Excellent. And which required us to use less money, and some of that money that we didn't use went into the reserve. Good. So, what is the expenditures that you know how like the expenditures that we have for from the general fund? What about the expenditures due to the grants and restricted funds? Why don't you list something like that? Is there a reason?
We've never done that for the expenditures, but if that's what you'd like to see, we can do that.
What do you think? What's your
Actually-
response, Arnie? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, actually they are in your budget book, Mayor.
They're in your
yeah.
detail budget.
Yeah, when you go to your budget book, because
Why wouldn't you include it here?
Because City Council is approving general fund.
Okay, I know.
Okay, so
I know.
the approval for those grants come from agency boards. For example, MTA board approved the grant. Then when I bring it to City Council for approval, your approval means our obligation to deliver the project and use the grant for its purpose. So what City Council is in fact approving tonight and every year and every annual budget and every other municipality, they approve city general fund, not restricted funds.
Then I'll talk to you offline. Maybe there's something you could include in the book.
But it is in the book.
No, it don't.
All of them are.
I like the way it's laid out here. I like it the way it's laid
Yeah,
out
this
in
is
this
for the-
format. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, this
With
is for the
regards to that.
presentation.
Separate from this, I understand this is general fund, but it'd be nice to kind of have that just for our benefit, because the city's actually, in order to keep the city running, it's not just the 80 million, it's the 160 million that we
Correct.
spend. So it'd be just nice to have all those numbers laid out.
By all means, actually, we have a CIP list of all those projects that, I would be happy, I will be happy to share. Public Works is proud of it. And also Police Department grants.
I'm very happy that you have a team, you yourself running grants and the team running grants, that we're able to get that money. So congratulations, kudos to the group. I don't know how to answer this. You do a great job, getting those grants. But what is do we have what is our contingency? I already know the answer, I think. What is the contingency if one of those grants, we weren't successful in obtaining some of those grants that we would apply for and anticipated?
So let me tell you, is it until 2024 or 25? We have already a list of projects until 2024 that we already secured grants.
Excellent.
So
that's cool. All right.
And there's
Awesome.
a measure A, R,
question,
measure
right?
A, all those measures,
Yeah,
right?
those are local returns,
Yeah.
but we have discretionary approval, discretionary grant approvals.
Awesome. That's good.
Yeah.
You kind of see what
Okay.
I
Oh,
got
okay.
it.
question was
So
good.
you want me
Yeah,
to
the
tell you how much it
expenses
is?
and on there, and
Yes.
that's the money
It's
already
52 million.
secured.
Okay.
Okay, so it's $52 million grant that we already secured.
2024.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
That's all the street projects.
These are various infrastructure projects, including streets. Yes.
So we just want to be careful when the residents are seeing that and they see the 150 to 160 million dollars there. That this, in order to operate, we have total operating budgets, I guess, of 160. It's not really 80 million. I remember when I started off, wasn't it like 55 million or 60?
General fund.
General
yes.
fund, remember?
2009. Yes.
Jesus.
But just look, take note, for example, of the expenditure, the pipes that you show us, right? The proposed expenditure for 2021. When you look the personnel costs, like the yellow, right, is about 54%, right? And then when you look at the tax that we receive, that number is almost close to each other.
Yes.
See,
Yeah.
most all the taxes, property tax, sales tax, that goes to all the personnel by almost like 90%.
Good observation. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So what do we?
Okay.
So, are we ready to move forward? Do we have a
Phil,
question?
I have one last
Go ahead.
question. Felice, for and maybe Paul can touch on this one as well. Because right now, year to date, it's at 145.
On what are you looking at?
When you go to the workbook,
What page?
right here it says, if you go to general fund expenditures, page 6. We're at year to date 145, and the budget closes when? June?
For the city clerk?
For the full-time salaries? First line item.
Right.
We're at 145 year to date. The budget closes in June, correct?
It closes in June, so we have about 4 months left.
The remaining budget from the proposed 2020 to year to date, what does that entail of?
What do you mean?
Because right now it's
That
at
is just salaries. So the total budget for city clerk, the total budget is $361,000 for the entire department, and it's at 156,503 currently. The
Mhm.
total.
right. So then the remaining is paid as what?
Well, it's just a combination of all salaries and operating expenditures, but it's 4 months more of expenditures that are coming through.
So what are the remaining expenditures that are left? Because you still have 150 budgeted for the department.
Yeah.
Right, so it's a combination of salaries and operating expenditures.
Salary, benefit, operating costs.
Mhm.
Are they here? Yeah, they're all here.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, do you see, Council Member Awad, do you see on that page, all those line items? Those are the budget items. That's what they are going to be spent on.
All right. So I think that's it. I think everybody's kind of happy with that.
Yeah.
So,
I just have a comment, though.
Comment.
Yeah. Okay.
Please.
Thank you. I just want
Thank
to thank you for bringing in this budget. It looks like you took aggressive advantage of available grant money,
It's savings.
and you conservatively budgeted monies received to take into account a possible downturn in the economy. And on the expenditure side, you looked at expenses carefully and prudently. You issued the bond, and that reduced our liability significantly, so that decreased our expenditures. And you looked at expenses very carefully in terms of making decisions about how to budget, and they were prudently looked at so that you determined that growth would be moderate but not overly optimistic. So I thank you both for a very positive budget, and it's very good news for Hawthorne.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you, guys.
Councilmember Valentine. May I also mention I would like to thank our finance director and also our finance business license division director. Both of them are here. Frank, can you stand up? What happened? Felice left? Yes. You know, I would like to thank them both. I would like to thank their employees for their hard work. All employees in finance department and business license department who contributed into this process, and also all department heads. You know, as you heard in previous presentation, we have conservatively allocated some room for drop in sales tax and transient occupancy tax. In fact, based on Oxford Economic Group forecast, we are going to, unfortunately, have some downturn in our transient occupancy tax because of the hotel market affected by coronavirus situation. So we reduced our revenue, our expected revenue by 30%. Our current year revenue is 5.4. It was supposed to go in a normal situation to 5.8. We reduced it to 4 million, actually below 4 million. And also, we reduced our sales tax revenue in anticipation, which is a conservative measure we have to take rather than coming 6 months later with, shaking hands to see what we have to do. So this is how budget is proposed based on those conservative dollar figure amounts. Also, there are a number of indicators. Before we go there, let me share with you, as tradition for every year since 2015-16, our bank statements. Please demand this even after we leave, from future city managers, that, this is something, because it can't get any more transparent than this. Felice and I can share a lot of numbers with you. But once you have statements before you, you can just compare these statements with last year's statements. And right there, you don't need an auditor, you don't need a CPA, you don't need an expert. You can see what difference it makes. Are we going lower than last year? Are we still around the same number, or we are getting better? So it's a very simple comparison you can make. So this first one is Bank of the West, which is our pool checking account with $12 million in it. The next one is from State Treasurer on LAIF, that we have close to 13 million there, 12,953,753. The next one is multi-bank securities that our treasurer has implemented this for those investments. So far we have 7 million, and there is room when we get to the bottom of it that hopefully we can bring another agenda before you in upcoming council meetings with Treasurer Patterson to increase this amount. Commercial money market account, we have 21,162,000. And Bank of the West, which is the last one, is the last account, is our sweep account, currently $4 million. This is called sweep account because it accrues interest on a monthly basis, but whenever we need more in our transactions and paying vendors, we can use it. However, whenever we don't need it, it still accrues interest on a monthly basis. So that's all. There you are. You have all these. This is all the bank accounts that city has.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And when we go to the cash balance report, we are going to, so you see two columns there. The right column shows all restricted money currently we have in our bank accounts, which is about $26 million. And for the first time, we show general fund cash balance, which is more than the restricted funds, at 31 million as of December. But we are projecting general fund cash balance of $30,350,388.23 as of June 30th of this year. So well, this is very hard. I don't want to scare you to let me go back. So I was going to mention that, as was indicated by our finance director, we had to account for a little bit uncertain market situation. I can't, nobody can predict any, recession. When is the next recession? I don't intend to share those economic indicators with you, but as it is normal with any robust free market economy, we have periodic recessions. And I remember back in 2008, the terrifying factor there was after collapse of the market, that it looked like credit had frozen and business lines of credit were unavailable. I remember during 2008 to 2015, we had our economic development reduced to 2 Goodwill stores in Hawthorne. That was it. From 2008 to 2015, that's all we had, 2 Goodwill stores. One on Hawthorne Boulevard, one on Rosecrans. Of course, we had here and there daycare centers and medical offices that hardly could consider any economic development, in opposed to what we observed after 2015, that entire city has been booming, knock on the wood. So when we go to next file, I am sorry that it is not readable. This is a program that our finance director is maintaining it, and it is projecting, several years ahead of us, and we are updating it, and this is her next task after the budget is completed and is approved. She will be working on this to update this. As you can see in the next one, so this diagram here is the end result of the last row on this terrible Excel file, which basically predict our future general fund cash reserve. We are fluctuating around 30 million, and this is what we have to do and what we have to maintain. It is extremely important for us, based on this projection table, that we try to maintain this balance by 26, 27. It's very important because it guarantees a smooth ride for our budget situation during a recession period. And it helps us moving forward and reach a point in the near future that some of our debt payments will mature and help us with our budget situation. So we want to get there. That's the goal. We want to be able to get there. So I know it is doable. We have done it before. All we have to do, just watch our expenses. We need to watch our expenses and make sure that we don't spend more than what we can afford. So having said that, I remember Council Member Valentine in the past has several times asked me to work on a strategic planning meetings, schedule strategic planning, which basically we can get together, share ideas, and share our wish lists and put together like a capital project list to accomplish. But I was unable to deliver that, and I apologize. Hopefully my successor will do this. It is going to be a sign of a healthy city, a healthy budget. We didn't have that situation. So my entire tenure in the city at this capacity was consumed with struggling to survive. And we had so many hard years behind us. Some of our unions, they can remember, they still have their negotiators with us since 2010, 2011. We have been through a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs, except for the past few years. So I would like though to share with you another type of strategic planning. It is not our wish list, but there are very important measures that we have to take for our city, for our residents, and it's called safety. Strategic planning for safety. And it transpired when we were going through our hazard mitigation planning update. It's something that is a mandatory program that we have to do every 5 years. Currently, our new hazard mitigation plans are with FEMA. They are reviewing it. We are waiting for their comments. After we finalize with FEMA, then I bring it back to the City Council for your approval for next 5 years. The reason we have to do it, by the way, is because if we don't do it, if we don't have FEMA-approved adopted plan, then when, God forbid, there is a disaster, we won't be eligible for receiving federal funds. It will be very hard for us to go to FEMA and ask for their assistance. So this is a legally requirement. But in addition to that, there was some new, state assembly bills and Senate bills that came along the way, and they wanted us to incorporate climate adaptation strategies into our hazard mitigation, which I'm going to address it very quickly here. You know, it has to do like with dry weather conditions, it has to do with flooding, extreme weather conditions. We experienced, to some extent, both drought and also we experienced flooding, believe it or not. I can show you a picture indication of it. This is, for example, our local flooding in El Segundo. I'm sorry, this is on Prairie and 120th. That was one of these days that we had like intense rainfall. But then in some of the other minor streets, we have even worse than this. It's kind of like a lake that from gutter to gutter, it gets full of water. But if we get more adverse weather condition, more extreme or strange weather condition that we never experienced before that is happening, then we are susceptible to more flooding. So having said that, then we had also, we have another issue that we had to identify during our planning meetings here between Public Works, Police Department, and risk management in City Attorney Department. One of the issues that Hawthorne residents are vulnerable to, and we are in the city are facing it, is existence of 2 earthquake faults. One of them, the famous Inglewood Newport fault, and the other one is more local Charnock fault in Hawthorne and the east side of Hawthorne. So if council remember, last year you approved a contract to hire a firm to do seismic study from certain city facilities. And this time it included this City Hall building and Memorial Center building, the City High water tank, and also City Yard. And I have some preliminary result on those that basically we discovered that City Yard and Memorial Center buildings are extremely deficient and they require immediate retrofit. So, I mean, when I say that, they are deficient, they are in need of this retrofit, because the purpose of this seismic retrofit, according to ASCE, American Society of Civil Engineers, document 41-13, which basically explains the methodology of Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 seismic study and analysis of existing buildings. The goal is to prevent loss of life and failure of the structure. No building can be ever earthquake-proof, but as long as we can prevent collapse of the building and prevent loss of life, then we have done our job. And unfortunately, none of these buildings are to that standard. It's obvious because, you know, City Hall, which is the best of these buildings, was built in 1976, 44-year-old, and it requires seismic retrofit because, you know, we have certain walls in this building that create asymmetrical situation with regards to earthquake and cause torsion. And we have to do seismic retrofit to prevent the torsion, which basically causes the structure to rotate. And because of that, I'm sorry.
A question for you on that. How much time do we have before we actually have to have that done?
Are you talking about hazard mitigation plan or seismic retrofit?
The seismic retrofit. How much time?
There is no time limit.
Well, no, I'm saying how long will those buildings last? Well, in other words,
it is unpredictable, Councilmember Valentine, because, you know, so far we have been, when we were struggling with our budget, we were happy and thanking God if we could afford buying earthquake insurance.
Right.
Right. Right now we are talking about another level, because regardless of how much earthquake insurance we buy, it's not going to prevent collapse of any structure or loss of life. But now we are talking about different level, And we are hoping that we can go to that next level and be able to retrofit these buildings, because in an event of an earthquake, God forbid, we want our buildings to be operational. Because
I guess my question is, do we have to do it right now, or could we wait
there
for
is no
5
have
years?
to. There is no have to, Councilmember Valentine.
Okay.
The necessity is coming from, I am responsible to bring it to your attention
understand.
that, we have these deficient structures. And there is no mandate, there is no legal issues, there is no laws, but we have to recognize when we do hazard mitigation plan, we have to make an assessment and see where are the vulnerabilities in our city. For example, if we were a beach city, I would have talked about probably tsunami. We don't have tsunami issue here. Hermosa Beach has. So what we have here is different. We have our high water tank that is very important, and it is deficient for seismic forces and needs to be retrofitted. And there are two schemes of retrofit, for example, for water tank. Either we just lift it up and install isolated foundation, or we can do a braced frame around it and hug the non-prismatic column under the tank and basically protect it of movement. So these are the two schemes of seismic retrofit and there is a cost associated for each one of these that I'm going to tell you. So yes, if there is going to be an earthquake, we don't know when it's coming. It's past due already. But if it happens, then these structures are all vulnerable. In fact, Memorial Center and City Yard are most vulnerable. Memorial Center, because of its folded roof and absolutely no lateral strength to seismic forces, is extremely susceptible to collapse. And it's very vulnerable, and it requires drag strut members to provide lateral stability for that roof, and also additional shear walls. So anyway, we were, as part of the hazard mitigation plan, for example, was power resiliency during extreme heat. That, for example, requires us to purchase new batteries, Tesla batteries, that can help with, resiliency during extreme heat condition. We have tree canopies is another one of those things. So all of these things that we can implement. Council approved the contract with Everbridge regarding emergency alert system. This was a mandate, so we met our deadline and we implemented it. It is costing us $30,000 a year, and then we get to the emergency response. We lack emergency response, adequate emergency response, consists of police and public works. So we would like to have more staffing there, and our EOC, Emergency Operations Center, we had one part-time member who was Mr. Neil Gaffney, who left, but it was on a part-time basis. But overall, our Emergency Operations Center, in addition to staffing, we need additional equipment, updated equipment, ham radios, new computers, screens, and new monitors and other things. So so bottom line, and this is the last slide, cost of this, what I called it, strategic safety planning. Here we have sewer system that during an earthquake, pipes can completely dislocate from each other. So in all the joints in between the pipeline, we need to put seismic restrainer, we need to put flexible joints so they don't dislocate from each other. This is underground damage. Imagine, what a mess that can create. I don't know why this is, this does it by itself, I'm sorry. This is the problem our finance director had. So, again, Same problem. I'm good.
He doesn't want to show you those numbers.
Couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle it. Yeah, his laptop is getting hot. Okay, getting heated. So then, as far as the heating centers, we were thinking of providing cooling centers at Memorial Center. That's about 1.5 million. We were thinking about Memorial Center expansion by being able to build a new facility there, and then convert Senior Center into a temporary disaster shelter. We don't have to wait for any, God forbid, bigger disaster. We have just last year we had a apartment building caught fire that residents had to be relocated to Memorial Center for a week, and Red Cross was helping also with blanket and food, but we didn't have shower facilities. So one of the things that I would like to share with you is to build adequate shower facilities at the current Senior Center, and build a new facility and move new Senior Center to that facility. And this is at 10 million. There are bridges in the city that require retrofit, about 1 million. Seismic retrofit of city-owned facilities that I mentioned 5 minutes ago, it has been estimated at $11 million. Tree survey and maintenance in order to have adequate canopy, and also, as our Park and Recreation Director Vaughn has been working on it. He started that survey. There are certain older trees in Hawthorne, or the ones that are susceptible to collapse during windstorms. We need to replace those and replant new trees. So that is estimated. By the way, this cost I am telling you is projected over the next 20 years, because where that 20 years came from, so basically the time frame to do these projects, to accomplish these projects, has been divided over 4 cycles of hazard mitigation planning update, and each cycle is 5 years. So our estimate is that, for example, a sewer retrofit is going to take that long. If we start doing them on an annual basis or every other year, it is going to take that long. Some of them can be done perhaps sooner because, again, I'm sorry, this is a problem. Hopefully, so I have to add to our budget buying another laptop because this is not working here.
Approved, Marty.
Thank you. Emergency food, water supply at 2 million, portable toilet services at 250,000 during emergencies, emergency equipment and generators, power generators and batteries at 2.5 million, those Tesla batteries, and then a storm drain system retrofit at $33 million brings total to 96,750,000. So, maybe in the near future, we can bring some recommendations. There are some grants that we can also ask for to augment, perhaps other fundings, but not the entire amount. Unfortunately, cannot promise to bring $100 million worth of grant for all of these, because some of these are not eligible for any grant program.
Mm-hmm.
For example, there is no funding available for seismic retrofit, unfortunately. And some of the grants that are available for a storm drain, for example, they are extremely limited. So I'm not going to take any more of your time. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you for doing that. Appreciate it.
Mr. Clerk.
All right. During oral communications, speakers shall have 3 minutes to state their business. The Brown Act prohibits the City Council from providing a detailed response or acting upon any items not contained on the agenda. The governing bodies as a body shall have the discretion at the close of oral communications to refer your remarks to the city manager for study, investigation, report, and/or recommendation.
Rachel Bello.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. This communication is from my church, the Mountain of Fire Miracle Ministries, because we have a conditional use permit application due for public hearing soon, and we thought we should let you know what we're all about. The Mountain of Fire Miracle Ministries are grateful that the city of Houghton, the good neighborhood city, is considering us for conditional use permit, as our current application is before them. We promise that we'll bring value to this city, because a life without Christ is crisis. We bring the very altar, even the cross of Jesus Christ, to every life, every soul, every family, and every neighborhood in this city of good neighborhood. We are Mountain of Fire Miracle Ministries. As stated in our recent email to the council recently, we have come with this application and we pledge to impact this neighborhood, even this generation, as we have for the past 30 years from Lagos, Nigeria in 1989, globally. We do the following. Yearly, for the youth, we have an award, large cash award, for every youth who are able to obtain a magna cum laude in their universities or first-class honors during their first degree. In our local branch here that we want to set up in Houghton, in this city of Los Angeles, we plan to start the same scheme from elementary to high school level. That is large cash award to outstanding students, as I just mentioned that we do to the universities. Moreover, we intend to set up a Christian bookstore in the premises that is tax paying and that stocks bestsellers written by our bishop, like The Prayer Rain, The Prayer Passport, and 101 Weapons of Spiritual Warfare, all authored by the Holy Spirit himself as messages put out in our pulpit in Lagos. We will preach the word, we will heal the sick, we will impact the community. Give us the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Peter, you? Peter, you?
It's gone. Oh, it's still here?
Good evening, council members. I believe I've become a regular here. I've been here since July last year. What I'm trying to say again is the affordable housing, because I believe it. I believe in housing for all. Okay, I have so far submitted 3 proposals. I have not seen the city move. Well, I'm here again. I wonder if I can push you guys to move forward. If you're really concerned about the people, I think you do. I think I'm not wasting my time. Eventually, I will get it. Okay, just the problem is to get across the message across. Well, this third proposal, I think, get a better chance because you already own the land. Besides, the project is not huge. It's not big. It's totally under your control. Okay. Say if it is experiment, okay, you can take the little risk like that, okay. It's no risk besides. You know, you can see it is coming up, okay. but the benefit is agreed to the people. You think about it. Your plan is building 18 units for veteran housing. Okay. Well, I believe that's because your code say so. Your law say so. But let's be a little flexible. Let's be relaxed a little bit. You can build it 198 units on it.
Oh my gosh.
You think about the impact.
Sir, I
you
think there's a lot
benefit-
of developers out there that would love to do that for you. We'll give you some names. Maybe you can convince them.
How many more people you benefit? Besides, the cost to the residents is a fraction, maybe less than 1/3. It's an affordable level. That's the paying. That's the wage scale, not $600,000-700,000. It's around $200,000. People can afford it. If you have the unit rent to the people, live in an area, you can walk to everything, including go to work. You think about how's the impact to the community. There's no traffic, there's no street parking. Okay, as there's no reason this idea cannot be propagated throughout the city.
Thank you.
Think about what the impact the city, and you guys will be credited for that, and you guys will be deserve a higher service to the people. Maybe the governor or maybe the president of the United States, because you have demonstrated affordable housing is possible.
My apologies, sir, but you're out of time.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. All right. I'm still looking forward for your call. We can discuss further.
Okay, thank you, sir. But thank you. We know you have come up here several times, sir, but we don't own properties like you think we do. Okay, that property was already allotted for veterans housing. But all the ideas you're talking about, there's sufficient enough developers that you could talk to that would love to implement your idea. So they're available.
Yeah, I'll keep it very
Go ahead.
brief.
Go ahead.
Peter, I appreciate you. You're an inspirational individual. So go ahead. You're an inspiration. You inspire me to, hopefully when I'm your age, I'm still able to get up here and but we have, as a society, how we take care of our people is important. How we take care of our seniors is very important. How we take care of our children is very important. But above all is how we take care of our veterans. That's the most important individual, in my opinion. Of course, it's just my opinion, in our society. They're the ones that risk everything in order to keep our way of life. So taking care of them is, in many opinions, my included, is paramount. And so it's not just the number, it's a model. And if that model works, it can be implemented in other cities. That's what I'm interested in. Anyway, I don't want to debate you. I want to congratulate you that you are come up here and give us that kind of challenge, mental challenge. I think you're inspirational.
Okay, thank you. We agree. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Yu. Anybody else?
It will work. My idea is to implement the councilman's
We appreciate you, sir. We do. Thank you so much. Always kind and always respectful, always contributing, and you encourage us. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, good evening. Got here a little late. So I know you guys already voted on the Airbnb or talked about it. I appreciate that. Oh, first of all, my name is Ruben Sanchez. I'm with the North Hawthorne Community Association. I wanted to, first of all, thank that you guys focus on the Airbnb, and hopefully you guys did some changes that benefit the homeowners of the city. because that's something that we need to be focusing on, especially in the election year, because we need to keep all homeowners happy here. It's been already some rough years in the past. As you know, a lot of these homeowners, we all pay taxes. We pay taxes for like Centinela Valley, underperforming schools and so on. So a little cheering will do much better. Said that, I'm hoping, I didn't read the whole thing, so I'm not sure what's on the paperwork, on the ordinance and so on. But one thing that last time what I heard when Ms. Valentine was speaking of was, in regards to, it made it sound like it was a bad thing or so. Just wanted to kind of bring up that we need to be focused on, nobody was focusing up there in regards of who's going to be handling this, like code enforcement. They're understaffed. Code enforcement needs help. They're working their rears off out there in the streets, and you guys need to also always have that into consideration. We need to like the support for any ordinances coming in, who's going to be helping, who's going to be supporting, who's going to be enforcing it. And that's something I didn't hear at the last meeting, at least when I watched it on TV, that nobody was talking about enforcement. I'm glad, Mr. Talleda, you brought up some questions, and that's exactly what the homeowners want to hear. People questioning, people asking the right questions, or at least try to ask some other questions. But now that we got this whole, issue with the Airbnb out, needs to start focusing on more serious things, on the things that really matter, like the Hawthorne Mall and the RFK building. These two abandoned buildings have been there for so long, and yet no workshops. No one has brought up any workshops, talked about it. Somebody talked about Airbnb, and like in a heartbeat, everybody was working on and doing some. Hell, we're here today. I'm here almost at 9 o'clock with my little one over here because I know this, and I'm here because I know this is important, not only for myself, but for the whole city. We need to start focusing on these two entities in our city, and it's been this way for so long. We have entities helping, as you know, these entities sometimes help, politicians in the city in the past. And we're in an election year, and they're going to be doing it again. But as you also know, the city voted out a council member that helped the RFK building owner. Because people don't want no more buildings. They don't want apartments. What they want are home and residential living. Alrighty, thank you very much. Have a good night. God bless City of Hawthorne.
Anybody else?
Good evening. Over here.
Oh,
sorry.
yes. Oh,
Yeah,
there you go.
Sorry about
Well,
that.
man, that was like, you're throwing me off, man. You scared me, man.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I'd like to briefly address the current situation with the coronavirus problems that are going on, and what we're doing as far as the police department and the city on that and addressing it. First, we do have something on the website at the main page that we'll be continuously updating with the latest information. But I'd like to quickly introduce one of our officers here, Officer Joe Nakagawa, who will come up here and give us his perspective. And his perspective, I believe, is very valuable for us because his backstory is he's a brand new officer we just hired. However, he, for many years, has been a practicing medical doctor at Torrance Memorial. And he was reserved with us for many years, over 10 years, and even before that volunteered. He brings valuable experience, not only to the police department, but hopefully to the city and our employees. So he's been at the forefront for us to be able to give a great perspective from the medical profession, and he'll be guiding us throughout this process. So I'd like to introduce Officer Dr. Joe Nakagawa, and I'd like to give him a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, Mayor, Council. I've met most of you at some time or another. I've been here for a few years. But for those who don't know me, my name is Joe Nakagawa. I'm an emergency physician, and I'm now a full-time police officer with the Hawthorne Police Department. I trained in emergency medicine at UCLA, board certified in emergency medicine and EMS, emergency medical services. I'm the medical director for McCormick's Ambulance Company as well. So the chief asked me to come up here and say a few words about this coronavirus. So there's a lot of information out there. Not all of it's very reliable. So I'm just going to lay out a couple things here and then just kind of give you an update on where we're at. So as everybody knows, there's a virus running around called the coronavirus. It's actually not a brand new virus. It's a virus that's been around for many years in a different form. It's a strain of the common cold virus. However, this particular strain tends to be a little bit more dangerous than your common virus, the cold virus. In most people, though, it doesn't usually cause really severe symptoms. The people I've spoken to say that it usually causes basically flu symptoms, colds, runny nose, cough, some minor muscle aches, and it passes in a couple days. However, in the older population, above 70 to 80, it can cause some more severe symptoms, and it's quite contagious. There's no treatment for it. It's a virus, so there's no antibiotics that will work. Mostly, the key to controlling this is basically preventing the infection from spreading. And it's all just common sense type stuff. You don't need to go out and stock up on water and toilet paper like some people are doing. Basically just observing good hygiene. So wash your hands very frequently with soap and water. If you have hand sanitizer but no water, use that instead. Be really careful about touching things and then touching your face, because that's the way it's transmitted. If someone coughs on the mic or touches the podium and then you touch it and touch your face, there's a good chance you're going to get it as well. But if you cut down on those types of contacts, you can do a lot to prevent your risk of getting infected and infecting your family. We've been working with the CDC, the LA County Department of Public Health, as well as the local EMS agencies to come up with a response plan. And so I've been in communication with them, and they're doing their best to kind of contain this thing, but it may spread a little bit further than it already is. But we just have to remember that it's not the end of the world. Just to give you some numbers, in this country, there's been a total of 647 cases under investigation. Those aren't confirmed positives, but just suspected positives. The actual confirmed positives are about 140. 83 of those were people taken off of cruise ships or who'd come back from places like China or Italy. There's actually not been too much of the transmission in our community. There's been about 36 cases in this country that are thought to be picked up here among the citizens of this country. Just for comparison, between October and now, the flu has infected 49 million people, led to 600,000 hospitalizations and about 50,000 deaths in this country alone. So that kind of puts things in perspective that some of this is a little bit overblown, but we do need to practice good hygiene to prevent it from spreading. We are coming up with a response plan, what to do when our employees of the city get sick, how to mitigate the risk to the employees who are around them, and then figure out what to do with the staffing. Because as of now, the CDC is recommending people be self-quarantined at home. All right. We're going to be sending out updates on a regular basis. I'm keeping the chief informed of the latest developments because it's a dynamic situation that changes by the day. So I'll give him that information, and he'll be pushing it out to this city and then the other surrounding cities as well.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes. I understand that you hear, it's what you hear on the TV about the virus, that no children, young children have died as a result of the virus.
That's correct.
One
have died today.
Oh, okay.
But
And
children
the
seem to be-
average age was 80.
It's a little bit younger than that, but as you get up in age, your chances of having serious problems does go up exponentially. So for a, say, 45-year-old, your chances of, say, dying from this disease is probably less than 0.3 to 0.4%. But once you hit 80, it goes up to about 15%.
Yeah. Okay, no.
A quick question.
Yes.
I know the chief always coordinate with the schools, but what you guys are doing with the schools, because we've been getting a lot of materials from the states, the California Department of Education, from the Department of Health, about dealing with parents and stuff. So how you guys are coordinated with the schools?
Chief, do you want to address that?
So we are, to answer your question, we are still in contact, but really it's up to the schools to make those decisions. Those are very big decisions that they have to make. We'll certainly do the best to communicate the latest information. But again, each school district will have to make those decisions on their own, but we're certainly open with the communication on the updates.
There is guidance on the CDC website as well as the LA County Department of Public Health website for businesses and schools and how to deal with this issue. Those are updated about every 2 or 3 days. And so we would recommend that they check in with the public health department.
Yeah, because they have for the school, they have for the churches, they have everything, planned pretty well. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It is such a privilege, Dr. Nakagawa, that he's with us. We are proud of him.
Yeah, we like that.
Okay,
Thank
folks.
you. Good hand, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Got a doctor in your house.
Yeah. So it's not the time. Eventually, I'd like to present why he would leave his profession and come and become a police officer. We do have a really awesome strategic plan to really take care of our employees and the first responders on TACMED and being able to help that. So he'll be overseeing that on a full-time basis eventually, but that's our plan, and we'd like to share that with you in the future at another
Excellent.
time. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
I don't see anybody further. So I'll declare oral communications closed. So ordered. Let's move on to the next items.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I have 8 items on my consent calendar for your approval. Item 10, approval of city council minutes for the special meeting of February 27th, 2020. Item 11, approval of waiver of full readings of resolutions and ordinances on tonight's agenda. Item 12, city treasurer's request approval of the warrants. Item 14, resolution number 8169, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, announcing free income tax preparation services March 12th, 2020 through April 4th, 2020 at the Hawthorne Senior Center as part of the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program. Resolution number 8170, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, approving and authorizing the Director of Public Works City Engineer to execute right-of-way certification and to sign federal aid funding documents associated with grant funding allocations pursuant to Master Agreement 07-5253R between the City of Hawthorne and the State of California. Item 16, resolution number 8172, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, providing the terms and conditions of employment of those employees represented by the Hawthorne Police Management Supervisory Group according to the provisions of the Hawthorne Municipal Code and authorizing the interim city manager to execute HPMSG Memorandum of Understanding. Resolution number 8174, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, proclaiming March 2020 as Women's History Month for adoption. Item 19, resolution number 8173, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hawthorne, California, approving and adopting the annual budget for the fiscal year 2020-2021.
I make a motion.
Second.
Please vote.
The vote reflects mayor and city council voting yes.
Thank you, Mr. City Clerk. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have items 22 through 25 for your approval.
I make a motion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
The vote reflects mayor and city council voting yes.
Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, I have 2 items.
I make a motion for both of them.
Second.
Please vote.
Oh,
You want to take that back?
sorry.
What?
Please vote again.
Wait a minute. I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to do the same thing she did. Okay.
All right. The vote reflects mayor and city council voting yes.
Yeah, let's try to be careful with that next time, because then, on critical votes, could bias things somehow. All right, look, the bottom line is we have like 2 closed sessions. Those are going to take time. So I really hope that we have 3 closed sessions in a row. It's 9 o'clock. So hopefully my council colleagues will be able to abbreviate their comments. So go ahead, Mr. David Patterson, City Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to first thank the community for coming out, make your voices heard, and participating in the process. Just want to make a couple comments. As Chief mentioned, we have COVID-19 having an impact on the community. It's also having an impact on our economy. Monday, we all know that the Dow fell, I believe, 2,000 points. Oil prices fell, I think, like 20%. Tuesday, the Fed cut interest rate dramatically. I think it's the largest cut since 2008. As a result, it's it's going to be affecting our interest rates on our savings, LAIF accounts, and investment options. And so, I think we probably should have a conversation about maybe looking at amending the expected return on our investments for the next 12 months. So likely the interest rates that's going to be available are going to be much lower than the previous 12 months. And then also, have that conversation about what monies we don't need to touch in the next 24 months, and maybe a good idea to try to lock that in to some competitive rates while we can, because it's likely over the next few months our interest that we're earning on our savings, on our sweep account, on a LAIF are going to fall dramatically. So it's time to kind of make some adjustments.
Thank you, sir. Mr. City Clerk.
Just basically, I did want to talk about the vote from last week, but it's going to be it's going to take me a bit, so I'm just going to wait till next time to update you guys on it. And then in regards to the coronavirus, as Chief Ishii shared, the city will continue to post updates on our website, cable TV, as well as all our social media platforms. So then just some advice. The most important kind of advice that's circulating is stay at home if you're sick, and to wash your hands. In regards to washing your hands, the amount of time you should wash your hands, the CDC recommends 20 seconds, which is about the time that it will take you to sing happy birthday twice to either yourself or use the names of someone that you love. That's it. Thank you.
The whole happy birthday song, or just happy birthday, happy birthday?
The whole happy birthday song twice.
Oh my God.
And the 22nd, it has to be with your soap in your hands without the water. 22nd with your soap, wrap it up, and then you go underneath of your water.
It's true, it's true, it's true.
And this sounds funny, but it's actually really important.
Yeah, I teach that to the kids at the castle all the time, because that's one of the number one thing that when they come down from the state to look the health and safety, they see if the kids know how to wash hand properly, because all of us, we don't do it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Awad?
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to thank everyone for coming out, thanking staff for all the hard work they've presented, thanking Chief Ishii for bringing out one of his officers in an incredible transition to explain the coronavirus to us. Before I end, one of the action items I think was a pretty good one, the campaign contribution limits. Wondering how to bring that one back in.
Valentine's.
Yeah, it was Ms. Valentine's item. I think it's a superb idea to have some kind of policy written up to have campaign contribution limits added to the election. It would help with the process of making sure that everything stays ethical and clean, and really it's in the benefit for the residents as well, making sure that outside developers, don't kind of dictate how our election would go. But yeah, I'm glad to see it being brought back up. I remember Neil and Michelin brought it back twice. Unfortunately, we couldn't get it passed through then. Hopefully, we can bring it back as an agenda item to look at it. Would be superb, and kind of copy what the other South Bay cities have initiated for their campaign contribution limits. Yeah, that's it. Thank you all for here.
Well, I thought that presentation was wonderful on the human traffic. I think that should be talked about a little bit more, because it's just kind of a horrible subject, and you got to get it in your face every now and then. So, you remember that you got these 12-year-old, 13, 14-year-old kids. So that was advice right now. I would tell you to go and refinance your properties. That's every now and then, and when there's blood on the streets, and then they want to stimulate something, they lower the interest rates, and you got a window for 6 months or so. And if you can handle a 15-year loan, take a 15-year loan, because you're going to save hundreds of thousands of dollars versus a 30-year loan. So you could probably pick up a 15-year loan today under 3%. And, that doesn't come around that often. It just thanks to this virus, some people can get a big break on their homes. Anyway, I'm not a lender, just pointing out reality.
It goes down our 401ks.
That's just a reality. That's wonderful to have a police officer that's a doctor too. That's a big deal. So that's a great get. That's terrific. I got a little rant a little bit about my veterans. I hope that project goes forward. But anyway, thank you for you guys hanging around and coming out, and appreciate you. And that's it. That's it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, thank you for all of you for coming tonight. Thank you, Ms. Valentine, for the Business Expo. Again, it was a very successful event, so thank you for recognizing those who help you out. So that's outstanding. Thank you, the Felice and the Finance Department, and Arnie and Frank, and for all of your hard work, because this is outstanding budget. And it gave us an idea what we're gonna, see for 2021. Because our new budget beginning July 1st, so it's 3 months from now. So at least it's a positive budget. So thank you very much. Again, thank you, Chief Ishii. You're always at the front of the line, bringing us updates about the coronavirus, and also the doctor is outstanding to give us an idea, because there is a lot of rumors out there, especially like the TV is making things worse. Like he said, people are running to Costco buying water and all toilet paper. Like I said, water doesn't come from China, but they said the bottles come from China. So it's like, so what can we do? I want to thank Arnie and the police supervisor units for agreeing on that contract. For the new agreement that between the police supervisors and the city. So thank you for them to negotiate in good faith. So thank you for brought that up. So that is good. And I would want to tell people to take advantage of the tax preparation is free at the Memorial Center this week, right? The 12th. So make sure they go over there. Again, have a good night. And like I said, be safe out there. If you're sick, stay home. Wash your hands constantly. And don't panic. This thing will go by. It will pass. That's it, Ms. May.
Thank you. Councilwoman Olivia Valentine.
So again, thank you all. I want to thank all the people who attended the recognition of the Hawthorne Business Expo tonight. There were so many, and as you can see, it does take a village to put on an event like this, and I had wonderful people working with me, and I want to thank all of them. I'm very grateful to them for doing that. It actually took most of the year to get it all together. I want to thank Arnie and Felice and Frank and all those who put that wonderful budget together. This is a very forward-looking, progressive budget. And I want to just commend you for it, and it's really something that we can. And I also want to thank Arnie for giving us that update on the strategic plan that we need to be looking at in order to provide for emergency preparedness in the future. So that's very important as well. I want to thank Chief Ishii and Joe Nakagawa for giving us an update on coronavirus. There are a lot of rumors out there, and I'm very pleased that we actually have people in our city government who actually can educate the public on actually what is happening, so they don't have to panic and rely on rumors. So that's very gratifying. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're about to go into closed session, and I want to thank my council colleagues for looking over the budget, and especially for staff, City Manager Arnie Schadberg. Thank you so much for working with your finance team, Felice and Mr. Fang, and all the department heads for contributing their part into making sure that we're streamlined but effective, right?
Thank you so much, Mayor. Yeah, and all the employees in finance
all the
department.
employees for their sacrifices previously and sticking with us on with this. So, congratulations and kudos to all of you again. So, the coronavirus, of course, there's always a concern when there's a different strain of the flu, and there's a different strain that's going out there. But it's something really not to worry about. Take whatever precautionary measures you should be taking after you. You should be washing your hands all the time. It's just really implementing it at this time. If you haven't been, you should be washing your hands. You should be, being as clean as possible. That's just something that should be happening consistently. And just to put it into perspective, do I personally think that it's something to worry about? Of course. Just like we've had different scares in the past. We should stay clean, but know that, that the media does also have an impact as to how they blow things up also. Some of you guys remember we had issues with anthrax a while back. Some of you guys remember we had issues with West Nile virus, SARS, the bird flu, the E. coli, the swine flu, the Ebola virus, which we thought was going to spread also, the Zika virus, and now the coronavirus. So, we thought some natural disasters were going to affect us all over, like the BP oil spill. Remember that one? We were kind of concerned that North Korea was going to blow, that we were going to have things with North Korea and that they were going to be taken down with them because they shot a few missiles. ISIS started doing their thing over there, and we thought that they were going to come over here. So, of course, we always have to be concerned, but good hygiene and just precautionary measures will protect us not only from that, but all the other things that there are to worry about to begin with. Okay, so we have you have our support. We'll inform you of any developments, and I guess the most important message was just stay as clean as possible. And if you have any symptoms, like you should always go to a doctor and not be afraid. There's people that are afraid of that, what they call it, white coat fear. White coat phobia, that they don't like to go to the doctor. Just go to the doctor whenever you feel sick, okay? Or, go to the doctor and then stay home after they figure out what it is, right? So, I guess thank you all for participating and for the healthy discussion on the Airbnb issue. Okay. So let's see. We have our Mr. City Attorney. Can you please advise? Are we going to be able to combine all these three? Are there going to be three closed sessions?
Yes, there'll be 3 separate ones. We'll do each one individually.
Go in, come out, etc. Okay, so first closed session. Is there anybody wanting to speak on the first closed session? So since we have 3, I'm going to ask my city councils to go immediately to the rear. Okay, so I will recess the city council meeting to conduct a closed session for a conference pursuant to the agenda. We're in recess. in closed session for a conference pursuant to the agenda. Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, the labor negotiator has been instructed.
All right. Do we need to vote?
No.
Okay, we have a second closed session. Is there anybody who wants to speak on the second closed session? If not, I will recess the city council meeting to conduct a closed session for a conference pursuant to the agenda. We're in recess.
No. First staying longer, you gotta stay longer too.
Oh, no, you can't leave.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Come on, Diana. If we have to stay here, so do you.
No, tú tienes que empezar. Después.
¿Sobre lo que yo opino?
No. Hablar acerca de los candidatos
que-
que pensamos después. Ven.
Tú o yo. Tú? Okay. I was gonna hit this. I was gonna hit somebody with like that. I'm so hungry. The city council meeting is called to order. We have met in closed session for a conference pursuant to the agenda. Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, the closed session was about potential litigation, and the city council authorized the city attorney to file a cross complaint against the Hawthorne School District in the Mary Ann Miller case.
Yes.
I abstain.
No, I don't think this is like there was consensus, so yeah. All right, let's go. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on the closed session that's upcoming? If not, I'll declare oral communications closed. I will now recess the city council meeting to conduct a closed session for a conference pursuant to the agenda. We're in recess. pursuant to the agenda. Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, there is no reportable action.
Okay. Anything further from my council colleagues? If not, this meeting is adjourned.